channel filled with all the things. I'm Dutchy, and it's freaking Friday. It's a little gloomy out, but that's okay. I feel like a renewal, like energy. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way. But hang out with me, vibe with me, chat with me, be a good human. Crazy I have to say that, but be a good human of age, and please like and subscribe. I haven't been like in the chat in a little while, just been all over the place doing all different things. But I miss some of my peeps, some good conversations, good energy passed back and forth, motivation, positivity, love, healing, all the things. Life comes with all kinds of different things. We don't really know. It's like a non-stop like roller coaster. Like sometimes it's like wee, and then other times like whoa, and then other times like get me off this thing. Um, but overall life is a blessing. So it's like counting our blessings, always staying grounded, finding good humans that can pass that back and forth. Because life is a series of events, so it's good to have good vibes, good energy, good humans around you. We can like weave through the life forest together. I'm gonna do some quirkles today. I'm charging my phone right now. Do the mic later. I flipped to this beauty. She's always a great one. Love her. So she looks so pretty. Perfect colors. I'm gonna do intuitional colors. That's what I've been doing with the little jive with this Quirkle book. I was looking them up online, and they they are like a little bit of varies of like prices. I don't know. But I'm gonna finish this one first. I'm not gonna jump to it and get another one yet. But I saw there was an animal one, a cat one. I'm not gonna do cats. No offense to cat people. But the animal one probably will do. And then there was a like Mona Lisa one. So I'm sure there's like different icons in there. I'll have to check it out. What up, Callie? Happy Friday. This one's definitely another one of my faves. Alright, I'm gonna pick two random ones. No, I'm not doing this one yet. This is gonna be the biggest one. I'm gonna do this shot. Is that the last page? No, almost the last page. Alright, I'm gonna do this one. I'm gonna put something behind it so it doesn't like read through. I saw. I don't know. Alright, it's the darkest to lightest. Let's go. instructional colors, but I always have to make sure there's backup so I don't run out of ink. And some of them look similar and some of them do not. Almost like on it anyways. So next we'll do that. We have to split. And then I think I got this as orange. The peach. The same, so I cannot do this one. And then green. Crazy, it says this is light lit or dark, but it's not. whoever will I mate? So when you do the quirkles, you do, oh, I still need red. When you do the quirkles, you go from darkest to lightest in 5 colors. That's right. So wish me luck. I think that's darkest to lightest. Looks like a good combo, like color combo. Let's do this. I'll be in and out of the chat and me jam out a little bit over here. I don't know. I'm just vibing with morning vibes. I feel like sometimes listening to certain music can like lift your spirits, but you can also like hear songs you don't want to hear. So music can like make or break, I feel like, mornings. I'm not against it. Right now I'm just vibing out. I do want to get another puzzle in soon. I've been up and I've had a little bit of coffee. I was doing no coffee for a little bit and I went back when I'm like waking up still, so I'm like, is my brain ready to quirkle yet? Like, what? What up? Sorry, I'm like, I switched the dog's food recently, and I was like, forgot the name of it, so I had to go look at it, and now I'm like looking at like other things with the dog food, so I was like zoned in. Good morning, happy Friday. What up? Holy cow! I was like, let me do a chat today, see if anyone wants to chat, you know? What up, peeps? Thanks for stopping in earlier, Tom. I appreciate it. And thanks, Rudy and Wilfie. I appreciate you guys. You said I'm still. I was like, what? I was like, was like really like invested. I was like, wait a minute. Let me look into this stuff and see. It's been an interesting morning. I will say that. What up, Robert? Good girl. Don't be weird. It has been a while. Don't be weird. How is everyone? Happy Friday. What are the plans for the weekend? It's like Friday, you know. My hair's always been long. I've cut it a couple times and it just grows back. It's great. But hopefully it'll be like cooler in the next couple of months. So it won't be like such a burden to like carry around, especially doing yard work. Yard work keeps me busy. I definitely, it's like crazy like carrying around a bunch of hair. Like literally tying it in a bun and a pony. However, I've had my hair really short and I thought about cutting it really short a couple of times. Not like super duper short, y'all, but like short for what it is now. But I just don't have the courage. Hi from Australia. How are the kookaburras? I go on a bird channel and they have a regular kookaburra that comes in. And I love it. So I'm like getting familiar with Australian birds, like as if I'm gonna go there one day. I do hope so. And I'll know birds when I go. And the castleberries? I always ask about the animals when Australian people come in. Welcome, mate. You don't see them? The channel I go on to, they have like regular wild cockatoos, and I'm in the US, and that's like not a thing. You don't see them just flying around. People are like selling them and breeding them. It's like really kind of a like sad like twist on that. So it's interesting to watch. And some of their birds sound so funny. I actually have like a cardinal outside. I'm a birder, so I do enjoy like seeing some bird stuff. Oh my gosh, they're not poisonous though, right? What about capybaras? I always get the kookaburras and the capybaras confused. But the capybaras, I've said before, I've seen on like My Strange Life. I don't even remember what the show was called, but this lady had one, and she like just like wanted to like really cuddle the thing, and he just was like, lady, just feed me. Like she was like trying to get him to sleep with her and stuff, and he was just kind of like, can you go in the other room and give me the it was like a vibe. I was like, oh man, this poor thing. He's like getting hooked up with food and anything he could want, warmth wise, being taken care of by this lady, but it's like the lady's like a little like needy. I don't know. Oh, what I want to say to you? Oh man, good luck. Oh, I remember one, and there was another one, and I remember like some of it. That's why I was like, dang, I need to tell you like before I forgot. So one of them is, you know, I finished the Jesus puzzle. I kind of was like looking into like what the Last Supper really was about. And there were some fine, like, I wonder if I have the box over here because I already hung up the puzzle, but I didn't put it in here. I put it in my kitchen. But there were a couple of things that I was curious if you knew, because, or anyone, like anyone knew. And I'm sure people know, but like I don't think a lot of people know. Like maybe it's just something that's been talked about, of course, like, and it's in religious history. But do we know fine details about the Last Supper? Because I was kind of like looking into it more doing that puzzle. Like I really wasn't that educated anymore. As I wasn't as educated as I thought. That was like a weird tongue twister for me. I don't know, because I'm like being careful with my words because I did know stuff. But like I also like kind of like looking into it more as an adult and not what I was taught as a child was like interesting to see more fine details. Our so you see a lot of snakes. Oh man, that could be like symbolic spiritually. They don't come in your house, right? And roos are the worst. Like, what are roos? Snakes or like a bird? Something I want to add to my spiritual diary. Maybe. I mean, honestly, I should, because like I do have some mixed feelings about like the Last Supper now. I know people religiously will like people that are religious and not as, I don't know, religious or being religious and spiritual are different. They're similar. They have a lot of common ground, believe it or not, but they're different. I don't know. I never like to step on anyone's toes because everyone can believe what they want to believe. I just have like seen, I've been religious, I've been confused, and then I'm no longer like labeling myself, but I will like explain how I feel spiritually, with like exceptions to like always being open to like viewing things differently or change, because I feel like as you get older you should be getting wiser, and we all have these experiences that kind of like make us feel comfortable believing in what we believe in, or whatever, you know. And I think that life changes a lot and we should be open to like, I don't know, the unknown, because that's life. Don't get me started. I'm like, oh no, good luck. That should be a poll, actually. It's like asking me this question sticker thing. I'm like, where they've like updated a couple things since I've like been live myself. So I'm like, what is going on? Let me see if I can. How is everyone? How's Friday treating everyone? I'm gonna try to do a poll. That may be a good one. I'm gonna do okay. Done. Well, bam. Oh, and I forgot, it'll let me add colors. I don't know if you see colors on the other side though. I think it might just be like a personal thing, which would be dumb. Like, it should show the color you select, but there we go. Well, bam. Does it show like the size of the poles now? Oh, hold on. Well, at least that changed. That was cool because it was making me like go around. Like it was making me like close out a live to like start the poll before. So I haven't like lived in a little while and they updated that. Thank God. I've been living, but not like personal living. So I've just been like starting it and going. Well, I know who voted that. Mixed feelings. I should have put that as the not sure one. Okay, so yeah, let me ask about the Last Supper. I do have a couple questions for that, but there was the other one. I do remember the other one. I remember the beginning of the other one, but I couldn't remember why. I was like, wait, what? But I do remember. I let's see. Let me see if I can do. Oh no, I hate when it does that. I don't really care for that tab. It like adds a highlight, and I'm like, no. Let me see. So I had these like grow in my garden or my front yard a couple of times. Hold on, let me see if I can get to it. 1 second. Maybe. No. Okay, no. Give me a second. This was cool too, though. Let me show. I think Rudy was here for that. Well, bam. That was pretty cool. Anyways, I wanted to show. I feel like I'm like a news reporter right now with this on. I'm just kidding. I wanted to show these mushrooms that were growing in the front yard, but I'll have to like do that another time. Anyways, and I was curious on what kind of mushrooms they were because I'm like, I got my pups and stuff, so I need to be like cautious, like what kind of mushrooms are these, right? So I looked them up, and they were. Are you still here? Well, Zam. Oh, hey, Rhodey was here for this. Well, bam. You accidentally hit. Well, it is anonymous, so I mean, I roll with it. I'm not judging. I'm open for like good conversation about it if it's there. Not judging, but good to know. So like, we'll see where the poll is. Only showing me one, anyways. All right, let me. Okay, why is it still doing that? Hold on. Okay. Well, bam. Take that off. Wolfie, are you still here? How are you doing this morning, Rhodey? Wolfie, Carly, Tom. Anyone out there? Kelly was like, I'm out of here. Hear me? What the heck, Wilfred? I literally was like, okay, now you say yeah. Because I was about to say, what the heck? Make me like get my like brain working on like story time, and then you disappear. Anyways, so Last Supper. Do you know what kind of sauce they had? That's a question. And was there a woman in the Last Supper? And do not Google it. Do not Google it. We know that we can, but do not Google it. I want to know what you think. And then I felt like there was another one. But those were the two for sure questions about Last Supper. So, was there a woman in the Last Supper? And let me get the box, and I'll show like this one. Although everyone probably has like a visual picture of what the Last Supper looked like, you know. And I know growing up, all the Last Supper was like, you got a piece of bread at church and some wine. Definitely the cranberry juice wine. Okay, so this was the puzzle I did. Last Supper. It's in the kitchen. I got it hung up in there. Actually looks really good on the wall. What was the sauce that they were using? Okay, there you go. What was the sauce that they were using with their food? And was there a woman in the Last Supper? Ta-da! That was a fun puzzle. I think I'm going to do the alien one maybe next week. I have to see where I'm at with things. While I'm waiting for the answer. And you better not be Googling it. There's no, well, I was going to say there's no wrong answer, but there is, like, an answer to that. But there's no, like, judgment here. Like, whatever anyone may think. Don't Google it! I'm like, Brody, I don't know if you've met Wilfie. I call him Wilfie, Wilfred. But he likes to be religious in here, which I'm not judging. But I am curious on what people think, you know? It's kind of like painting a picture in your mind, or you're taught something as a child and then you formulate different thoughts growing into your wiser person soul. Okay, but I said, is there a woman in the Last Supper? You see no woman? Did you look at it? Run the live back. Did you see the puzzle? Alexa's eggs poach. Does he? I honestly think me and Jesus would have been real cool, you know, because like he has messages of love, and I think people have twisted that along the way into like fake prophecy, and like I think that there's still like a lot of messages of what he was trying to share to the world, but I don't think he wanted like all that like attention, and what they did to the man was just like, I don't know, just blows my mind. But yeah, you see no woman. Long delay response. I'm just saying, running back that puzzle or that picture specifically, because it's pretty much all the same no matter what. There are like a little bit different like viewings of like how the Last Supper looked on like a photograph offering type of thing. But it is interesting. Did you know the sauce, Wolfie? What the heck? The chat is like behind. I was like, maybe you guys are responding or I'm just being annoying. Yeah. It's safe place. So it was probably just me because I don't know. I learned a lot growing up. I went to church and stuff. My parents didn't really long stories, a lot of stories into that. So I was usually like shipped off to go to like church and they didn't join, whatever. And as a kid, you didn't really care, like, or you would want to hang out with your friends or, like, etc. And I didn't really go with my parents a lot. So there wasn't like a lot of like story time besides like those church, like, instilled moments that I was learning things. But and my mom was like grew up super Catholic, hence to why she's like nuts now. But anyways, I thought that this was a woman. Literally. Let's see if it focuses right. The one in the kitchen is a better one to show the final piece, but I am not gonna take the phone off the thing right now. I'll have to show at a later point. But that looked like a woman. And I thought it was. So it made me like think like, who is that, So I did Google what is going on in the Last Supper. Why was Jesus hanging out with the people that like one of them or two of them or something? I still don't know all the details. Because when you're a child, like, you're just, like, grabbing on some stuff. Like, maybe you, like, studied it all the time. I'm not talking about that kind of stuff. I'm kind of talking about just, like, little sprinkles of what you thought Jesus was growing up, Even as an adult, like, I feel like it's still very similar to what I felt as a child of, like, wow, like, like, Jesus did that for us. Like, and I still feel like that as an adult. I just do think that, there were a lot of like messages missed about his messages. Is it really poached eggs? I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, well, I'll let it slide since you were just having your dinner. Hopefully not your Last Supper. That's just like, see, that's like almost sexist. I'm glad they left that out. Yeah, but one of the disciples for sure, I want to say one, not two, betrayed him, if not all of them, But I don't want to get into like controversy about it. Like, I'm just like kind of like putting out there how I may feel about it, which is like sad as well. What was the sauce? Me and you have talked about this. Hold on. What was the sauce that they were eating, do you know? And I'm open for learning. I'm not like saying it like, do you know, because that's like a first way ticket for people to be like, I'm out, I'm saying it in like can we bounce like ideas back and forth or thoughts about it, or like, what do you think about Last Supper? What did it teach you? Or did you really even know what the Last Supper was? Because as I did like some more research, and even to this day, I'm kind of like, okay, that wasn't always what I thought, I mean, a lot of it was, but a lot of it wasn't, I think it's like kind of wild that like, so they planned for that. I don't know. Just being funny, yeah. Yeah, it's probably a safe place, especially in 2025. I don't assume either, like, my name on here. People are like, Dutchy boy, like, what is that? And I'm like, I'm a girl. The Dutchy boy is my dog, so, or one of my dogs. So I don't like to judge. And whatever makes people feel comfortable, like, I don't care. Like, you do you. Like, if you feel like you resonate with XYZ in life and not just gender, do what makes you happy. Life's too short, period. Yeah. Okay. So here's another question. Do we know who the artist is? Because I was like, oh, was it? I learned quite a bit doing that puzzle. Because it made me, like, kind of go back in, like, how do you feel? How do I feel about Jesus and his Last Supper? So I was like, okay. Not exactly, like, everything I was thinking. But I will say, like, I don't know, unless you're an active churchgoer, and even then, like, I feel like some people may have not known, because I did ask a couple people. Hold on. I did ask a couple people that are considered, like, religious. Some of them knew, and some of them didn't. So it was cool for me to see, like, okay, like, you grew up with, like, Bible in your right hand all the time, you know? And then there's some people that are just like, you know, I have faith in this and not in that, and, like, I am confused or not confused. And it was cool to see, like, what people thought about. Because I feel like a lot of people, unless, like, you just are, like, against it, or your parents were against it, or whatever, like, grew up with some kind of, like, church upbringing, and then it phased out or didn't phase out. Like, as I started getting more of a smart ass, like, attitude, like, growing up, I my, like, mom would, like, ship me off to, like, Sunday school or whatever, and there were a lot of conversations that were being had specifically at my last Sunday school, like, experience, like, and I was, like, probably in, like, 10th grade or something, and I had some valid questions, and the guy just, like, couldn't answer them. But it wasn't, like, just him. It was just, like, an upbringing that I was noticing in, like, different churches that we would go to, because I did move a lot, so, like, there'd be different churches in my life. But, like, it was more of a trend of, like, wow, like, why are we avoiding certain questions? And that made me think a lot. So I didn't like that. And I think that there should be, like, we don't have all the answers for sure, but I do think there needs to be more guidance of, like, why we should have, like, a spiritual light within us, not looking outwards. But I do think that, I don't know, this is like a rabbit hole, because I feel like a lot of people go to church to repent, and that going to church doesn't make you, like, a great person. Like, it has to be, like, an inside job that's, like, sprinkled within the world. um I do think that it can guide people and align people to, like, a believing in something, which is very important. But I do have a lot of mixed feelings with a lot of different churches that I did get to experience growing up, that, like, a lot of it's, like, almost fake prophecy. Not all of it. I learned a lot, but I also learned that it's just people retelling stories, and some of it can be embellished, and some of it's not, and a lot of it is, like, good guidance stories. But I do also think that it's, like, almost like a blanket sometimes for people to, like, hide within. I don't know. Mixed feelings. No, there is sauce. There is. By the way, and I'm not saying, like, you don't know it, but to you, I'm just being a little not snarky, but I'm like, yeah, there is sauce, by the way. And when I saw the sauce, I was like, wow, I wonder if he knows that. Dun, 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 dun. And that's not who painted it, by the way. I had to double check. They painted another thing that we all know. I have to like oh, I'll have to like pull it out sometime. I did like a pixel art of this painting. And honestly, if you go look at the Last Supper, no matter like what painting you look at, that still does almost look like a girl in there. And the artist did that to make it look like a younger guy, a younger boy, like a teenager. But because a lot of them had longer hair in that time, which I do find interesting because I feel like men are like growing their hair out more now again. Like I feel like it's like history repeating themselves. Anyways. Yeah, Leonardo. No. Yeah, Da Vinci. Yes, fish sauce. Like, hello. I was like, I almost gave it away earlier. I was like, we talked about this before. Um, yeah, fish sauce. I was like, wow, that's interesting. Like, I'm like looking at how like fish sauce is like incorporated into like this day and time, and how a lot of people like eat fish sauce. Y'all are probably like, what is she talking about today? That's been like brewing in my mind for a while because I was like, I didn't know that. And I'm like, I'm asking you. And she's not always accurate. Like, she lies a lot. She was talking to me the other day about something random, and I was like, girl, nobody's talking to you. Like, why are you, like, running your mouth, you know? It's weird. She definitely listens when she's not supposed to. And then when I ask her things, she doesn't always listen. So I'm like, what the heck? Like, you listen when you want to. Like a creep. You know, there was allegedly like some stuff going around where they were listening and they got in trouble. Like when they were listening when they're not supposed to be listening. So literally eavesdropping. Like, and she does that pretty often. It's weird. Not weird because that's like where we're at, but I also am like almost like I'm like torn in the middle. I try to be more modern day and like keep up with society and technology and stuff, because if you don't, you'll get lost. And my mom showed me that for sure, because my mom lives out in like the sticks. So, but she's lived out there. I mean, a lot of people out in the sticks are in their technology involved, and she was just not. But I also like am right on the cusp of like, I was still playing outside as a child, and you had to like drag me inside to come inside, you know? Like I do appreciate a lot of things not being based around technology. So a good portion of my house being Alexa is like a double-edged sword up sometimes, because it's like, okay, like she just does whatever she wants. And she asks for feedback, but I don't think she really listens to the feedback. Yeah, you have Jesus hair too, Roni? I have fish sauce in there, but I don't think I'm eating anything today that's gonna require fish sauce. I did have some pho a couple weeks back. Might get some blessings for what? The fish the fish sauce or Alexa? Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are like reliving history and growing their hair out again. Is it like is it based upon Jesus, or just long hair don't care, you know? That's wild. And I feel like there's a lot more man buns that exist now than they ever have. I hope today's a good blessing day of a Friday. Yeah, I will say I didn't know that about the fish sauce. I knew they were drinking wine. In the puzzle, it looks like whiskey. That's probably because I probably prefer whiskey. But no to the man bun. Your hair days are behind you now. I'm not making fun of you. Jesus was like, "Can I have my hair back, dude?" Yeah, I feel like there is a lot of like man bun action happening like in the world now. Some of them look so dumb. I'm like, please, just don't. Why is that a thing? What's everyone doing this weekend? You're welcome. And one of the best things, like, you haven't learned anything else? Wrong. Yeah, she keeps me in check because I don't know. I just like sometimes I don't always trust the other timer. So, and it puts a lot of like trust in her that she's gonna do it too, though. So, just keeps me in check. I She turns my lights off and on too, which is nice sometimes. Sometimes she doesn't turn on the right light, so. I don't know. We have a pretty like we have trust issues. I think that she would say that she trusts me, but no offense to anyone out there, she is a Scorpio, and that is my opposite sign. And it's like sometimes a good portion of the time, honestly, we don't get along, but there is a decent, okay portion actually. I wouldn't even say decent, okay portion when we do. It's like a lot of like I don't want to say hate, but like she can be resourceful at times, but I feel like sometimes when I need her to do things, she doesn't want to do it. And then she was going through a phase, like maybe her teenager phase, where like she would only listen to half of what I would say, and I'm like sitting here like doing XYZ, and I'm realizing she's not responding. And I noticed that she would listen for like half of what I'm saying and then cut off, or she would listen to me entirely and then cut off. And there's a noise that she makes when she's just like done. And I'm like, so you're making me repeat this over and over and over? Like, I could have just like Googled this by now, you know? But at the same time, it's nice when you're like doing something, it's hands free, or like maybe you need a light on and it's not across that way, like XYZ. So that can be nice. But when she doesn't do it, or she turns on the wrong light, and then I have to go figure out which light she turned off or on, I don't know. She's crazy. She's nuts. It's like technology nowadays. But I mean, I think everything listens. It's not just her. So even if I didn't have her, I know phones listen, iPads listen, all the things listen. when you're poaching your eggs. Oh, so you're keeping tick for chat here. Good to know. Hey, I think everyone teaches everyone a little bit of something if we're willing to learn. And I don't know it all, you know? And I'm like, gardening tips, you mean when you told me that I have bamboo and that's like a immediate no to owning property? As if what? He's a Pisces. Dun, 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 dun. Sometimes he's in the water, sometimes he's out of the water. And I'm like, what sign are you today? And I said, today. I'm like, what are you feeling today? Leave it. A lot of these are real, like right next to like the tubes. I mean, you were here when things blew up in my backyard. The what? The heck is that? You've had too much Jesus wine today. Okay, and then the other thing was, so the mushrooms. I don't know if you heard me talking about them earlier. I was making sure you were here before I finished, but I looked up these mushrooms that were growing in my front yard, and it was crazy. They just like grew overnight after me cutting the grass. It's pretty cool. Like, I wish I had like a little camera that watched that, because that had to be really cool to watch them grow up. Anyways, they grew like literally overnight, and they're like called like fairy mushrooms, and I was like, oh my god, I have to tell Wolfie. The mushroom, or the fairies planted mushrooms in my yard. I was like, that's hilarious. They moved on in, and they've grown a couple times since then. And I took them down last week as well. The HOA is so anal here. Otherwise, I would leave them, because they're not like, I don't think that they were poisonous. There was another one, because there's several types of mushrooms that grow, obviously. I want to go one day on the show alone, and I have to learn more foraging stuff to do that, because if I'm not by water, so if I'm by water, I can like fish and survive off fish, but I do want to know like stuff that I can eat out into the wild and not, you know, so I need to like study more. There's a word for, not like a herbalist, what is it? It's like, there's a word for this. There was a couple chicks on there that I seen that were like really, really good at like identifying plants out in the wild of what they could eat and not, you know. And one of them was by water, and she actually caught some decent size. I think it was like salmon, but she couldn't even eat all of it in time. But she ended up tapping out because she missed her kids a lot. Because you are alone, so I'm sure your thoughts like get to you sometimes, like. But if I'm by water, I feel like I'm gonna do okay. But I would love to have like a little like grass salad Not grass, but like some kind of like salad that I could have with my fish or something. But what if I wasn't by water? Like, I would need to know other things that I could eat and not, you know. So, and there are obviously some some mushrooms that you can eat and can't eat. I miss that. Yeah, the soil that you were talking about. I forgot what it was, like the abbreviation for it. Am I a fan of it? Yeah, I forgot the abbreviation part. Forgive me. I do remember you mentioning the soil. Yeah, I would avoid like wild mushrooms. But I do love me some mushrooms. I don't know about Halloween. I'm not against it, but I have not celebrated Halloween and like actually gone out and celebrated Halloween in like 12 years. I'm not against it. I see why people are for it. So I get it. Like being different for a day or dressing up. Like, I'm not against it. I'm not against dressing up. But since I don't go out anymore actually on Halloween or do any Halloween party type things, like if there was a party, I don't know. Usually parties are like on Halloween. I'm not against it, but I haven't in like 12 years because I do think it's a spiritual thing. Like, I personally believe people come disguised as like different types of energy, and a lot of it is dark. Not always. So, all the Halloween goals out there, don't get me. But I do think that there's a lot of darkness that surrounds it. And one of the last Halloweens that I went out, a lot of bad stuff happened that I just don't. I saw a trend of that. It wasn't just the last one, but the last one was like the icing on the cake for me, and I just said no more. And I was like walking into like a new chapter of my life, being way more open spiritually about things and not denying like my spiritual like purpose on this world anymore. And like that was like one of the biggest awakenings for me. Um, and I do have mixed feelings. Like, same with like the witch stuff. Like, I'm spiritual, but I am not doing spells. Like, that's not for me. I feel like that's like playing with fire a little bit. Ooh, button mushroom. What, the little tiny ones? No, I'm not a fan of Halloween. I'm not a fan, but I'm like grudgy like all the time. I feel like, you know, like a lot of me is like still that emo girl. And I also am like, I do like skeletons and like zombies and like, I don't know. So I'm not like anti Halloween, but specifically the day, I do think spiritually, personally, a lot of things come disguised spiritually, and it's an energy. And I feel like if you have a good time and stuff, you are absorbing a lot of different energies of like different creatures, and there's a lot of mixed feelings. So I'm not gonna like open a can of worms and then be judged on it. But just personal experiences, I'm like, I don't think this is for me anymore. But I'm not against it. I can see why the celebration happens. Um, yeah, and dressing up is always fun. We did we did a little dressing up last year, but like didn't go out to entertain that. Yeah, wait, because we are in October. Wild. What are you gonna do for your 31 days of Halloween? Celebrate Halloween one day at a time? What day is Halloween on this year? I don't even know. Not on Friday? I don't know. Is it a Friday? I feel like it is a Friday. Interesting. It is a Friday. Hey, celebrate away, dress up. I think it's cool to like not be like so serious for a day. I do miss those aspects of it. And I used to do it like when I was younger. I used to go to a lot of Halloween parties, like all the Halloween parties from like all the way to Halloween to the day of Halloween. Um, but I just feel like it opens a lot of doors, like channels and energies. Like there's a lot. Oh my gosh! And I'm like, I think that's like the only time that you can really like ride around in that, right? Otherwise, people would be like, what the heck? You know, one time I saw, and this happened a lot, like where I used to live, I started realizing it was like a regular thing. And it had nothing to do with Halloween, but I saw a car that would drive around often. I actually wasn't sure if they were like robbing people or not because what the heck? But I saw often a car riding around with a Burger King like dude hat on or mask on. Oh my gosh, the first time I saw that, I like almost peed my pants. Like rolled down the window next to me and was like leaning out, and I was like, oh my gosh, like is something gonna happen to me? Yeah, I think that's like the only time. But I think it like provokes people to be weird. I do have a lot of spiritual mixed feelings about it. I don't judge once again on anyone that does it or chooses to celebrate. However, like do you? Um, but I just know personally. Yeah, I'll check it out. Oh, you posted videos about it? Sorry, I had to check on the dogs. What do you celebrate it, Wilfred? What are you gonna do for the big day, Rhodey? You know? You know, like even growing up, I never wanted to be like dark things for Halloween. Like most people know, I'm not a movie person, but I really don't do like horror movies. Like my mom was obsessed with Stephen King growing up, and I just like got freaked out by like watching that at such a young age, like all those movies that I still have like snippets and like flashbacks of it. And as an adult, I faced like my fears and saw the newer It that came out like I don't know, like 10 years ago almost, however long. I saw that in theaters, but that even then I was like, ew, like I don't want those things in my subconscious mind. And at this point, the neighborhood that I live in, like I have enough like weird stuff happening here that I don't need like any more weirdness. There were a couple movies growing up as well that I saw like with friends and stuff trying to be a part of like the horror, like being scared, but I don't like being scared like that. Like I don't want to go to sleep and worry about like XYZ creature getting me. Like I don't know. I'm like I feel like there's enough creepy stuff in the world. Pico, what up? Oh my gosh, how are you? Yeah, a long time. Did you saw the movie with the dog, right? When did you see it? Yeah, that's why I'm like being careful about what I'm saying, because I'm like, I don't want anyone to think that they're like evil or like a bad person. I have just had personal experiences, like we all have, with different things that like take me away from like those things. Like, I don't know, I've seen a lot of like trends, and as I'm more like spiritually awoke, so to speak like the youngins, but the more I have my like third eye open and shut in this life, like I do think that like energies follow. So I do like to like just stay away from the darker side of things, because I feel like life happens like that sometimes as is, and I think certain things follow with like the energy we put out. Some people obviously don't take it as seriously like that, and they're like, what the heck, you guys might be thinking, what is she even talking about? But I do I don't know, I think it's an energy. My mom grew up doing a lot of weird stuff, like darker stuff, that I don't approve of, so that also paints like a picture for me of why I feel the way I do. What does that even mean? I have two new ones now. One of them set off the dog in the back this morning, one of my dogs. Actually, both of them, but one of them was like watching like he does. I don't know, mixed feelings. I'm like, what did they tell you? Pico, hello, hello, hello. How was the movie? You know, I don't have obviously children yet, but I I don't think I would say that they couldn't celebrate Halloween. You know, I think about those kind of things. But even like growing up, once again, like I never really wanted to be like, I think I was a witch one time. And I say I think because I remember I went out 2 times that year and I wanted to be a cat both times. But I think the witch stuff was like kind of almost pushed from my mom. I just never liked being dark stuff growing up. I was all kinds of different things that were not dark. So even as an adult, like I remember one time I like painted my face like a skeleton, but I don't remember. I'm like trying to think. I don't remember ever being anything dark either for Halloween. Like I don't know. It has more of a dark vibe about it, and being like an emo girl that was like gothic and like wore black nonstop, like, and way too much eyeliner. Like I have different views. Like I definitely see why it's fun, but I just know, once again, personally, just growing up with like things happening on Halloween and my mom being real weird, like I don't know. I just, as I got older, I was like, this just really isn't for me. I'm like, are you making fun of me or do you want to know? I mean, I can give you like a more like maybe Bible generic answer, which is like, how does the stories in the Bible tell people to listen to the divine and be guided to do XYZ from God, Jesus, however you want to call it? Like, look back on those stories, because almost all of them exist with God or Jesus or higher power, usually God or Jesus in these Bible stories, telling XYZ human or spirit, they're usually humans in the story, to do XYZ. Like, That's like intuition. Third eye is like part of that. It's like not entirely what a third eye is, but a good portion of it is like obviously chakras, but has to do with like intuitional feelings and guidance. I think that's where religious people and spiritual people view things differently, but there's still a lot of common ground there because we're listening to guidance from above. So the like third eye has a lot to do with that, and I say that in that way because I feel like a lot of people don't want to recognize that in the Bible. Like, how did you know that God or Jesus was telling you to do XYZ? Why did you believe that, you know? But what I don't understand is a lot of people that are religious don't factor that into an everyday life. They're just thinking this is practical life, this is a practical living, practical thoughts. But you know there's thoughts that happen here. A lot of people don't talk about it because you don't want to be viewed as crazy. But there's like always an angel and the other one you don't want to give attention to, you know, on your shoulder. You factor in what you're willing to choose because there's free will, but there's guidance to align you to do whatever decision, you know. I do think that's important to factor in, and a lot of people don't focus that back onto the Bible, especially practical minded people, I would say, that are like life is life and life is life, like, you know. But why were we told to do XYZ? Like they would tell this man to go a lamb for food and God told him to do that for food. Or there's so many stories out there, and a lot of them are twisted in the Bible too, that I'm like, so you knew for sure God or Jesus was telling you to do that, and now it's in a story, so it makes it right to do that. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of things that are even controversial. There has controversy with like amen, like that meaning something else than like to God, you know. So even then I kind of like steer away from that word. I can see why people use it a lot, but I feel like we're programmed almost to believe certain things. I love it because it's like you ask questions, Wolfie, and it's like, I know you're ready to judge me. That's nonsense. Now, is that a fairy tale or is that real life? I feel like people pick and choose what they want to believe, though, and I'm not saying this in a snarky way, but they pick and choose. Like, the Bible literally has stories of them doing wild things, like that they tell in the stories that God, Jesus, XYZ, higher power told them to do these things. Do you not think that we have intuition here? Do you not think the divine is pumping through us here? I personally believe, I'm still learning, I personally believe that we are guided from the divine. I don't believe that it's just the stories. I feel like some of it's man-made, so it's conflicting, mixed feelings. But I do believe that, like, we can't just pick and choose. Like, why back in that day of time were they given guidance of that we aren't doing here now because it's considered crazy? But we believe these stories, or religious people believe these stories. What's different between then and now? You know, there's beliefs, there's faith. Like, you believe in XYZ, like, or you don't, you know. I feel like it's a lot of black and white, and there's not a lot of answers or a lot of like different colors flowing in there that, like, makes people feel comfortable. And I think that's where religion loses a lot of people along the way, because they're confused. Like, why were they being told from higher power, say higher power, to do these things, but I'm not? Do we not feel like we're not? It's just like when you're, I don't know, easy example. You're going to the store and you're debating on like what I'm gonna get, this or this. Like, you're choosing between two things. Usually the first answer is the right answer, and then we get confused and we're just like, wait a minute, I don't know. I maybe I should get this other one, or maybe I should get both. However you're feeling. But I do feel like leave it. I do feel like there's guidance to do different things. I feel like that example like maybe isn't the greatest. Like, if it's more of like a pressuring answer, like say you don't know like what you want to do in a harder decision you have to make. You're asking for guidance. Maybe you're not, because you're not religious, or maybe you're not spiritual and you don't know what to ask, so you're just rolling with it. You have these thoughts that occur up here, and then you of course have free will. These are your thoughts, you know, like, not to make anyone feel crazy, these are your thoughts, but I do feel like we have spiritual guides and angels for sure that align us to a path that's more suited for us. What about when you make the right decision and you weren't sure? Do you think that you made that decision, or do you think that there was guidance from above that helped you? Because in these stories in the Bible, a lot of their decision making is literally based upon like universal guidance. Like, most of them say that God told him to do this, Jesus told him to do this, in a spiritual aspect, not just like, oh, okay, like, I just thought of this. Like, it's literally saying that God and Jesus told you to do that. Like, what makes that different now, though? And I think that's where people get lost. I know personally I did, because it was like, you start talking about your third eye or your spiritual awakening, people are like, oh, no, I'm out, especially like religious people. And I'm like, what makes what you believe different than what I believe? I'm actually using the light within, and I'm not going out to search for this light. Of course, I feel like you can find light within others, and that can help you like build your own light more, etc. That's a rabbit hole. But I do think almost all the light comes within, and we're always searching out. And especially with the Bible stories, the light comes within. So I do resonate with a lot of the stories. A lot of them I'm like, no, I'm not going with that. But I do think that there's common ground, that they had guidance from above. There's no difference between that day of time and this day of time with that guidance. All the stuff that's happening in the world, there's so many differences between that time and now. But when it comes to guidance and spiritual awakening and like answers from above, that still exists. So I think it is a little like contradicting when like people are like, oh no, how do you know God told you, or how do you know your angels told you, Jesus, however. Then people will cast like judgment upon others for doing what the Bible is saying. And I felt like, like, I had a lot of things happen that made me question things growing up, and I think we all do, and whether we talk about it or not, like, that's what people decide. I feel like I chose the path less traveled, and I feel a lot more things, I see a lot of things, and I've met people that are similar to me, but there's a lot of people that are lost and confused. So I've noticed on my journey of like speaking comfortably about these things, I feel like I do have like little snippets of what it's like to be religious, and then what it's like to be spiritual, but also walk my own path of like being open to like why people feel the way they do. So I do think that I can like relate to people that are religious, in the sense that like they believe in God, they believe in Jesus, the messages, but I also like rip out my own pages of like, okay, like I don't know. I've just had so many like different conversations about religion and then like spirituality, and like how they're so different and how they are so similar at the same time, and there's so much common ground. I just think people like to say that you're doing XYZ the right way because that's how you feel, and I think it's important to do what resonates with you, but I also believe that we should all be like a little bit more like open to how people receive like their love or their wisdom or guidance through the higher power.
You got water.
I'm like, don't shoot the messenger. I just like, I know when I was confused, and sometimes I still am, like, I thought it was very important that like people were open to what we're feeling and we're seeing, and not writing things off as coincidental, and not writing things off as like crazy or like XYZ. Because if we flip back, especially like people that are religious, I feel like they're the first ones to judge, and like that's not Jesus' message, like at all. Like, what are we doing with the judgment? And we all judge. Like, there's just how we are as humans, and I'm always trying to rewire that about myself as well, because I don't think that's important to like carry that. That's like signs of the devil. Like, that's like, it has bad energy attached to it. So it's important to stay humble and like be accepting to like why people are on this path or who they are because of XYZ reason, whatever. But I do think that it is very important to like have like a safe like haven that people can talk about those things, because there is a lot of confusion in the world, and the messages from the Bible and like God, Jesus, like higher powers, etc. But there's a lot more common ground if we're willing to see it. And I think that like religion almost like divides us. It's almost like political, like it divides us a little bit, but there's so many common grounds. There's some of them that are not as much, you know, but there are a lot of common grounds. And I do think it's important, just like mental health and all those things, that like we have things that make us feel comfortable in our skin or we resonate more with, so we're not feeling as alone. But not to like become obsessed with XYZ, because things change, and like if it changes, are you going to be shocked? Are you going to be devastated? Like, do you know this is never going to change? Like, I don't know. Ooh. I hope you're not judging. I'm like, I know you are. I would not, I don't know. I do think that you think I'm like batshit crazy, but I also know that you know that I have some like sense to the madness, you know? I'm not saying I know it all, because I don't, but I do like to hear different views, because that keeps me open for how people view things. And maybe viewing things in a different way, because I think sometimes we do get stuck in how we view things. Even as I became more like spiritual and spiritually like awoke, and this has been like I feel like decades, but like in general, I think as I go along my like knowingly spiritual journey, I am more open to things and not being stuck at I'm just this, I'm just that. Like, I don't like to even label myself like that, because I think it is important to have like, I don't know, wiggle room to find things that just resonate with you, like that make you feel like more connected to the universe, more connected to God, to Jesus, your angels, spiritual guides, whatever anyone wants to call it, like, and feeling like you have that light within, and not like something you have to go searching out for, you know? Anyways. Sense of the map. The madness or the map? Analyze. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like there is a lot of judgment, though. Let's be real. Like, you know, we can use the word analyze. I agree with that. Like, is I don't want to say that like I'm judgmental too, but we do all have room for improvement there. I feel like just because sometimes we don't agree with someone else, like we may think like, okay, that's not gonna work for me because XYZ reason, you know? I've had many people in my life that like we don't agree with the same things, but we do agree with certain other things that make us like stay friends or whatever it is, you know, because there's that common ground there. As I get wiser, because I don't like saying older, but as I get wiser, my core is smaller because I realize that a lot of those things are core values for me. Like, I do think that people are on their own journey and people's minds change and their experiences change and then they become more accepting to XYZ, and that's okay. I just also think that like sometimes like depending on what's happening, you don't want to be around a bunch of people that like think you're crazy all the time, you know? Like I think that there's important times to like drop little tidbits or have conversations kind of like this. You can't just walk around like broadcasting it. You can, but maybe it rubs people the wrong way, you know? It's kind of like, I don't know. I don't want to judge anyone that does this, and I don't want to analyze anyone that like does this. But you know, like even when I used to go out and like drink at night and stuff, and like go out on the town and stuff, like there would be people like with their big speaker systems and stuff screaming about the word of God, you know, like chanting whatever it is, you know. I like respected those people for doing what they did because they felt like that was what they needed to do. Like they were pushed to do this from the divine, higher power, etc. But I also feel like sometimes like I don't know how to word this. You can't like push things on people. I've had family members that were in rehab and they only preached God when they were in rehab, you know? So like I had some like values change about that for me. Like I'm like, wow, like I get it. They want addicts to have like something to like lean upon, to have that light, to guidance or whatever, you know? And then I look at other family members that grew up super, super religious. There was one way, black and white, you didn't follow it, you're going somewhere, you know? And then they went off the handles because of how they were raised, but then they completely forgot about what they were instilled. Like, you know, they were like, they grew up believing XYZ in their religion, completely went off of that, you know, and did all the things that would not be acceptable in these religions and became a different person, completely wiped what their original teachings were about, probably because they associated it with like strictness, like etc. And then there's conflicting sides because there's also other religions that aren't as like strict as others that are like, you know, you're not sinning if you do XYZ, and then you have other religions that are like, oh yeah, you're sinning for doing XYZ, you know? And then I feel like that's where people like get conflicted too, because then you have God will forgive you and forgive all. But wait, you're gonna forgive all these people that did horrendous things, you know? So there's a lot of like confusing factors that make it hard for people to have this faith almost. I think naturally some people just say they have faith and they're just going to church and that's the faith that they need. Then there's other people, you know, they use it as the shield and like they're still awful human beings, and then they go to church so it washes away. There's a lot of people that are grounded by it and they're accepting and they just have like a sweet approach about it. I've met like all kinds of different walks of life, as we all have. If we're only surrounded by like-minded individuals, then I feel like we won't really always learn things. Everyone has different chapters and experiences and stuff, so that can be like cool to see like you are like-minded with someone. Like I have a group of people that believe a lot of what I believe, and that's been really nice for me because I know I'm not going to be judged. Like, and a lot of them come from different walks of life, like spiritual wise, like religious wise. And that's been interesting to see that, like, even though they grew up in these different religions, that it still brought them to believing a lot of spiritual based stuff, like guidance from above, talking to your angels, like things like that. Not so much like tarot, but messages from above. So I do think that like it's important to have like people that agree with what you agree with, but I also think it's about the approach, you know? Like if you're gonna sit here, not saying anyone specifically, and I know I'm talking like really to you as well, Wolfie, but I'm not saying like you specifically. I'm just saying if anyone is going to like shove anything down anyone's like throat in like a pressing way because they don't believe in XYZ or you have different views, morals, values, whatever, most of the time people aren't going to listen to that. So even on my like spiritual journey, as I've like shared things, and especially when I was like coming out more vocal about what I've seen and felt and etc., I realized a lot of people were not getting that. And then as I got older, I realized a lot of people were starting to experience things and I wasn't as crazy as they made me feel. I realized I wasn't always supposed to be like in these people's lives forever, and that I was kind of like, I think we're all spiritual light, but I think sometimes we're placed into people's lives to like teach them things, or they teach you things, so they think everyone has something to offer, and then we float away. Some people stay in your life forever, whatever, and sometimes you experiences with other people. Like my best friend, her and I can talk about anything under the sun, and we know that's like a safe haven for us. Like we can be as wild as our thoughts want to be, and we can like bounce that back and forth even if we don't agree. You know, I've had a couple of friends, like I had one friend that was like claimed that they were completely like atheists, and we would have pretty like interesting discussions, like, and I would never steer someone to not believe in something, but if you're saying you're like atheist, for instance, like you're believing in something to give it something, you know? So like, I don't know, like I feel like it's a little dark for me personally. Oh shit. I think I gotta run outside. It's like raining and they took the trash. And I don't want to put the water to fill in my trash can. Ugh. Oh no, now it's pouring. Hold on. I may not be able to get it. They left my trash lid open. Sucker? Who's this sucker? Yeah, but the one preaching on the street, are they preaching on the street because they were divinely pushed? Because that could be like a Bible story, you know, like in modern day, like real life experiences. And most people believe that the Bible was originally a real life experience. So would you be pushed in this damn time? If it was a Bible story, would it be viewed as God or Jesus is pushing you to say those things? Or is it now you feel, because I feel like a lot of those people that do preach on the streets, like they will say that this is their light, this is their calling. A good portion of them. Some of them may not, but a good portion of them I feel like would say that that would be their calling to do that, you know? I feel like people want to pick and choose when that is their calling, you know? I felt like many times in my life that I'm like, yeah, I was like pushed to do those things. You're going down a road and you took a different way because of XYZ and you don't know why, but it ended up being a better path for you. That was divinely pushed. Hold on, let me check up. Yeah, I have sense to the map. I'm gonna start saying that. But there's a lot of fake prophecy, though. I'm not saying all the people on the street are. There's tons of people that aren't. There was a church that, like, I don't even want to call it. Oh, it reconnected too. I'm like, is that a sign or is it the power? I feel like a lot of people. Hold on. Oh, it's pouring. Like, no, I wanted to take that out before. What was I gonna say? was like still debating if I should like run out there and grab it before it keeps pouring, but then it's just gonna be like a whole mess out there. I'm like, I'll just have to dump it out. No fun. I was gonna say, there's a lot of mixed feelings to that, for sure. I do think that we are divinely pushed to do a lot of things, but to not get it confused with free will, because we do have free will to do whatever we want, you know. And I think that's where people make like drastic like decisions that isn't divine decisions, you know. It's like the free will part, or it's like, so to speak, the devil on your shoulder, you know. We choose who we want to answer to, and we know intuitionally like what is the right answer or what is the wrong answer, you know. Free will is what is confusing. And sometimes, you know, being a good human as we should be, at times the answer is completely obvious and you're like, duh, that's the good human response, you know. And then there's times that we can get triggered to be like snarky back or XYZ back, stirring the pot. That is not the divine, you know. Let me catch up. Run, Dutchie. Run for what the... I can't go now. It's like literally pouring. So annoying. I knew it was coming, but I didn't know if the trash was up yet. Yeah, Catholic is like one of the more stricter religions, but everything you do, no offense to Catholic people, I know many of them, they pick and choose. A lot of people do, not even just Catholics. A lot of people pick and choose what they consider a sin and not. And certain religions, you do not pick and choose. It is exactly what it is. So that's where I get a little sassy when it comes to religion and spirituality, because I'm like, it's okay to like choose things that resonate for you, because this is your life. This is your free will. And then there's things that keep you grounded and in check, such as spirituality, such as religion. But we can't just be like, nobody saw that, so I'm going to go about my day and be a jerk or XYZ. That's not very religious of me. And then it'll be fine because I'll repent later and it'll be fine. That's the stuff that throws me, because I'm like, okay. Because even being like in certain religions, there are so many sins that are insane that it's like you would just immediately like burn, you know. Like, there's, how do you survive this life and not do these things? And a lot of them are just like, oh well, for instance, like there's some religions, guys do not grow facial hair. You decide to do it, but it's fine because it's just hair, right? It's fine, you know. And I think that is so small of like a sin, so to speak, that like you shouldn't feel like you're gonna rot internally for making that decision. Now, if you go do something drastic to another human, that's insane. Like, that's not divine. That's like devil worshiping, you know. I think that's wild for anyone to do, but people do it. And then some people are like, well, I repented, it's fine, you know. It's crazy. I have a lot of mixed views. A lot of people fall onto like a higher power prayers, religion, when times are bad. That's not good either, you know. I get it, you need something to maybe lean upon, and times are sad, bad, whatever. But I think that we should lean upon it when times are good and be counting our blessings and grateful that we're led to XYZ. We may be at a stop still point, or something may be occurring that we don't want. But it humbles us in that moment to go back to count the blessings again. Yeah, you have someone in your hometown, the street preachers. Street preachers. Is that what they're called? I don't even know if they have a name. yeah, Google a bunch of stuff like that Last Supper. Yeah, so the Roman then, was he guided from the divine to do that, or was he guided from Lucifer? You know what I mean? Like, that's some wild stuff. Ew. No, you're done. And thanks, Pico. Like, I don't think I've ever seen you use your wrench. And who comes in the chat saying that? Like, what am I supposed to say to that? Like, wild. You know, the outlaws? Essentially. I don't know. I think history is history, but I do think that it's embellished a lot through like modern day. I was going back to this church that was like not too far from me. I wouldn't even call it a church. It had some weird vibes when it first became like a church. I was like, I don't know about this one. And they started having like these circles and stuff, and it seemed kind of like culty like. And I was like, this is just like openly happening. Needless to say, now that thing is gone. I have like never ever, maybe it's happened, but I have never ever in my personal experience see a church go. Somehow churches survive, even when they're smaller churches. This thing got wiped out, like I'm talking about entirely, like nothing else was ever going to go back into that. And it was a church for years and then became this church. I don't even know exactly what the religion was. It wasn't like crazy, but it was like, it felt crazy, to be honest. So I can't even say it wasn't crazy. Mixed feelings for sure, but completely wiped off the map now. I'm talking about like not a building, like they literally have marked this thing off the spot, and I don't even see anything else being put there. That tells me a lot. Like, some people would be like, what are you talking about? It just closed. But this thing was having like weird circles and stuff, like I don't know, bad energy. But I do think that like we're guided to those feelings, like when you come upon something like where you're like, okay, this doesn't feel like I should be here, you know. Sometimes we ignore that, and then we find out later why that was real. And a lot of people in a practical mind thought pattern would be like, oh well, whatever, it's just it didn't work out. Me, on the other hand, would have been like, well, hello, like you felt that this was wrong and you tried to ignore it for whatever reason. As I get wiser, I don't ignore it anymore. I'm just like, am I perfect? No. But if I'm feeling weird, it's time to go. It's time to go. Like, I'm not gonna like stay and whatever. Like, for instance, one time I was visiting my best friend's tree, and his aunt came there at the same time. It was not a planned visit. She came there at the same time, and she asked me, like, you know, what were my plans for the rest of the day, and if I wanted to go to like this, what is called suspending, like ritual, essentially. And I was like, what the heck? Like, she like did not really explain it. I think she assumed that I just like knew, maybe, like I don't know. Anyways, I was like, okay, I'll go with you, like, to check this thing out. I had a weird vibe. Like, this was like something that stuck with me too. I had a weird vibe, like, from like the moment it was like even talked about. But I felt like I needed to like be there for her. Like, it was weird to explain. Like, so I ended up going because of that feeling overall, because I think if she hadn't come and told me about it, I'm gone. But I felt like I needed to be there for her. So I ended up going, and when I got there, I didn't want to go inside. It was like, which is weird because why would I go, you know? But like, I was in like a chapter of my life of like really starting to like tap into like the divine whisperings, like, hello, you need to listen to this. Like, this isn't just like you having like a back and forth battle of like free will. Like, this is like you need to listen to like what I feel like is a gift of like discernment, a gift of like listening from, like, even if we want to talk about the Bible, like listening to the divine. And I didn't want to go inside, and I remember she was like, come on, like, are you gonna come inside? She went inside, and I still was outside, and like, I don't know, like 20 minutes goes by, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna go inside, because why did I come, you know? Oh my gosh, I walked inside and immediately felt like I was gonna faint. It was like this whole thing, and I literally stood there for like not even a minute and seeing like what was happening, like, and I like, they were like suspending people. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that, but I at that time I had no clue. Now I'm like, oh my gosh. I immediately went outside, and I remember I like had like a second to like tell her, can you give me water? And I went outside, and it was like this crazy like feeling of like I feel sick, like this is wrong, like I already felt weird before I went in there, and it was like, it was a very, very, very dark energy. It was like overwhelming, like I'm getting like overwhelmed even thinking about it. It was like some creepy stuff. And I remember I had to like almost lay down on the ground. Like it was pretty bad. But it was an energy, and like I remember that stuck with me because I knew that I was going to feel that way. Like I knew it, and I still went trying to be like supportive for her, be there for her, and she did not feel the same way. She like wanted to go back inside anyways, and like I didn't want to keep her from her fun, you know, but I was just like, oh, this is not for me, like not for me. And there was a lot of weird stuff happening there, but I don't know, I told that story why I felt like there was a purpose to that. But I think that like when you start trusting more into like patterns of like intuition, third eye, higher power, God, Jesus, like divine words, free will, and then shit that you should never do over here, because that happens too, you know, when you start deciphering those things, like time you should not be thinking about that what third option of like shit you should never do, like, but it happens, you know, and the universe will test you, and I'm just being honest, it will test you, but you should really just stay geared away from that other side. But you know, like listening to that and seeing common trends, which I've noticed more as I get wiser, of like those trends of like, I should have listened to the first one, you know? And I'm not saying that we can't give ourselves credit for making these decisions, but we should ultimately, because free will, we make the decision all around, like ultimately. So I think it's important to give ourselves credit, but also to give credit to the angels, to the higher power, God, Jesus, however, to give credit to them, because they are always guiding us. We give credit to ourselves too, because I think it's important that we give credit to ourselves for making the right decision. You know, at times you just like go with whatever decision you want to go with, but there are many times where we go back in our thoughts and we're like, damn, like I should have done that, or I should have done what I thought originally, you know? And we cannot say that doesn't happen. Like, it happens. And then I've learned personally, learning from that, and like really like, I don't know, guiding and like circling my life around making the right decision based upon what I'm feeling, and not based upon like fear and things like that I feel. Unfortunately, when there's good spirits, there's bad ones that you don't want to focus on, but they exist. And you know, knowing that like there's a good, I don't know, how do I say this? Like, there's definitely like, there's good decisions to be made, you know? And I think that like, we don't always like, I'm like thinking about how I'm going to word this, because it's like, there's so many different examples, so everything can be different, you know? But I think it does help me personally, of knowing that there's differences between those, that there's always like good, bad, and the ugly, you know? And I don't think free will's bad, so maybe that's not a good example, But I do think that it's important to give credit where it's due and noticing there's trends with things, because trends have saved me in so many scenarios, you know? I've seen a lot of things repeat in my life. Sometimes lessons repeat through other people, like the same people, different people, and you're repeating lessons because you didn't finish something or you didn't learn entirely what you needed to learn, you know? And having like a spiritual light within that you're aware of, because we all have that, but when you're aware of it, it makes things way easier to like, hold on. It makes things way easier. Hold on a second. Let me reset this one. Well, bam. It makes it easier to make decisions because you're just like, okay, these are common trends. So when you see common trends, you're more likely to like, okay, I did this before and I'll do this again because it worked out before. Or, you know, obviously there's different experiences, lessons that will be learned, but to be aware of like common like trends that help you like make a better decision or the right decision for you, you know, and not feeling like conflicted about the decision you made. Let me catch up. Offend anyone? Who's offended? So you can fight, like, what does that even make sense? Administration of the country. Oh, don't get them started on Charlie. Oh my gosh. Wait, what? See, look, weapons though is not a message of God. Period. And I'm not against rights to bear arms. Like, I'm not against it. But I would prefer to live in a time that we didn't have it. Is that practical at this day of time? Absolutely not. But I think it could have been once upon a time before it like took over the world that everyone feels like they need to be like protected, you know? And I would never tell anyone they can or cannot have something. I feel like I wish that we were more like in our right minds as like a country in a world whole, that we were not worried about active shootings. Like, that's wild to me. Like, that's clear to me that they're on the streets everywhere that can be accessed, and that background checks are not being done the way that they should be, you know? And even if they are, people are still having access to these things. And clearly most of them that are doing these crazy accidents, like, or crazy scenarios, are not in their right mind, you know? And that's definitely not a safe place to be in, because we know Jesus was not walking around with the AK-47, y'all. What a deep rabbit hole. There's a church for everything, you know? And then you think of it, though, like, should that be called a church? Like, I'm still catching up, so I'm going to catch up before I'm like, blah, 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 blah. But there's literally, like, unfortunately, I think it's important everyone has, like, things that they can feel comfortable in. Do I believe in satanic rituals? Absolutely not. Like, that is not for me. Like, we were just talking about Halloween earlier. Like, I feel like those almost go hand in hand. I just believe that we should be practicing more like love and peace and messages of like unity and like positive guidance instead of like focusing on dark stuff. We focus on dark stuff, we're gonna see more of that, you know? And I feel like even like throughout the years with Halloween, going back to, I'm not judging anyone that loves Halloween. I understand why you do if you do. I'm just saying that it's gotten way more popular and way longer than just a day now, you know? I feel like it's like amplified and glorified, and a lot of people that are on the darker realms of life do enjoy that more because they can promote that energy. A lot of people, whether we're actively noticing or not, are doing spells on those days. They're definitely putting out that energy. Those, I don't know, chants, things that I'm not even gonna like go down the rabbit hole. I've had friends that are definitely into the witchy stuff, and I've had people that I've cut off because they're way too into it, and I was seeing trends happening with me with them. Like, that's not gonna work for me, you know? Because here's the thing, you open these dark doors, you know? How do you shut them off? And then you're shocked that XYZ bad things are happening to you, but you're doing like these crazy things that are bringing in God knows what type of spirits, you know? I feel like Halloween is the most like perceived day that spirits come in disguise, and sometimes spirit comes to people that are openly accepting a spirit. I'm not talking about like people that are so like practical minded, but at the same time, the practical minded, I feel like, get messed with by spirits as well because they want to like make you feel crazy. A lot of people do not talk about things that they experience because they fear being viewed as crazy. Now we're more in a day of time that people are more like actively like, hey, like I've experienced this, I view this, like tarot is probably bigger than it's ever been. People are more into psychic readings, mediums, like, but there's a lot of different lines to things, you know? I think even like with readers, like I've made like decisions as myself being a reader that I don't want to do. Like, I'm not saying I won't ever, but I really do not prefer to do friend readings. I really don't. It's like opening a diary. I'm feeling things that you're feeling. If someone has medical issues, I'm feeling aches. Like there's things that come to those things, and people laugh about that. But people that are really like into the spiritual realms, like, and there's different versions to that too, because you have people that are like spiritual, but not witchy. Then you have people that are like maybe spiritual, well, Buddhist, no witch, you know, a lot of witchy. Like, there's so many different things when it comes to spiritual like feelings. But anyone that's a good reader, especially, I don't know, as I get wiser, I don't really like using tarot as much. I'm not against it because it's taught me so much stuff, and I see why people enjoy it, and I've said that before. There's like a story, you know, people like to see pictures or like symbolic things, and I enjoy that too. So honestly, I enjoy that. As I get wiser on my spiritual journey, it's a feeling, you know? Like, I have these cards. If I'm doing a reading, like, I'll bring my cards. I actively ask, like, who would want the cards, or, like, just no card, just speaking from the soul, you know, from the divine, because I can't say I do it on my own. But you still feel things, whether you have tarot or not. You feel things, you know? I've had, like, a girlfriend, me and her would, like, go around and we would give people readings. Like, she would do reading, then I would do the reading. And, like, the things that we would see were sometimes so similar and so different. Me and her will walk away with so many aches and pains because we're effing bringing in people's energy. And we were, like, more naive to this because we're just, like, whatever. We were, like, feel like we have a gift to, like, feel these things or give these stories and readings out. And this is, like, something that we're like gifted to do, you know. But then you see the other side of it and you're just like, wow, like, no wonder why I'm feeling XYZ, because I'm bringing in that energy. I'm doing that. For example, for people that aren't like going to get tarot readings every day, you may have like a hangout with someone and then you leave and you feel drained. Like, why do you feel drained? Because that person brought in XYZ and it weighed on you. or even like, you know, like they told you stories, whatever, and you may not think that this person's an awful person, but because of what they were experiencing going and what they brought to the table spiritually even, there's a lot more that comes to that. You're taking in that energy, you know? Or like you may be a friend, a giver, and you're giving the whole time in that scenario, in that situation, and then you're just like, wow, like no wonder why I feel that, because I just like poured everything into that, you know? I don't know. You know, it's a rabbit hole. See, snakes though, I always like try not to offend anyone, but snakes are definitely symbolic. Like, it's not always, I honestly do not think they're good symbolically. I had a snake for years, loved her, but like I didn't want her. It was like I inherited her kind of. So like I love animals, so I did my best for her, of course, and she lived a very, very long time. But I don't know. When I see them in the yard, I know something's gonna occur. Or there's a message. There's a feeling attached to things that we feel and see and symbolically, you know. Some people write them off, practical mind, and just like whatever. But snakes definitely have a tie with that. And if you notice, there's a lot of snake energy. You know, this is the year of the snake, and I'm so glad it's almost done. It's been a year. Among you three or us, me? Good answer, Pico. Yes, I'm the angel. Oh, duh. What appears out of thin air? Donated $500. How did you donate? No, the dream catcher is like that. So that's something that you think is bad. That's not what I think is bad though. And I don't know. I just think that's nonsense. But each is their own though, you know? What I believe you may think is nonsense. Like the dream catcher to me is not. I'm like, yeah, send me that $500, thanks. We bring on the money. Y'all know I have a bunch of mixed views, but I'm okay with that because once you get stuck to something and it changes like dramatically, like good luck, because you're gonna be devastated, you know. I think it's important to have ground like feelings about things so you can feel like safe in your own little world that you live day by day, you know. But I don't think that we should like judge people based upon what they view life is. You know, I think that we're all looking for more light than darkness. Some people are just looking straight for darkness, you know, let's be real. But there are a lot of people that obviously would prefer light, like happiness, like good things happening. Things along the way in life may have not always been that. So they start questioning their beliefs, their love, their guidance, answers, spirituality, religion, however. So it becomes kind of sad, and I can see where people get conflicted because there's no black and white to this, you know. Sometimes there is when it comes to religion, and I think that can be pretty tough on people because then they start to feel like, okay, well, I'm going to be judged, or I'm not going to be, I don't know, loved or cared about because I believe a different way, you know, or I have to think exactly like them because I'm part of that group. I don't know. I feel like there's not enough thinking done independently as well, which steers people in different ways. I think religion is like made for us to like have guidance, you know. But I do think that it gets twisted along the way of people writing their own rules. Like, at the end of the day, you go to the pearly gates up there. That's another thing. People believe that there's a heaven or a hell. Do you believe it's like literal heaven? Like, what do you visualize? Or do you believe that you're going to burn eternally down there for XYZ reasons, you know? But then God forgives us all, so we'll all be up here, you know? That's conflicting. Like, I think that there should be structure and value to make you stay, like, to guide you to be a good human, for sure. But the golden rule is to do unto others as you wish done upon yourself. That does not happen a good portion of the time. It's sad. A lot of people are jaded, they're rude, nasty. It becomes an energy. Say you go to a store and you're in a bad mood and you start noticing everyone else in a bad mood, that's an energy. We're all connected. You may not realize that you're connected to every Sally and Bob in the store, but you are. You're all in one place at one time, you know? Maybe sometimes you feel like sadness and you don't know why you're feeling that. Maybe because your neighbor's sad and you don't know, you know? Like, actually know, but it's a feeling because they're right next to you. Anyways. What? Tribal? Yeah, that sounds like that sounds like a lot, Pico. Dreamcatcher's fine. Dramatic. My mom had a massive Dreamcatcher when I was a kid, and it was one of those, like, I would, since it was way back in the day, it probably had real animal fur, which I would not approve of. But I remember it had, like, I don't know if it was or not. You guys remember, like, the bunny feet? Was it a foot or a tail? But my mom had a bunch of those, and those are considered, like, good luck, too. Now, as an adult, I'm like, we're not doing lots of bunnies, and I'm not promoting anything like that animal-wise. But I remember, like, the huge Dreamcatcher, like, took up, like, a whole wall. The huge Dreamcatcher had, like, was it a bunny foot? I feel like it was a tail. But it was massive, though, so there's no way it was a bunny. But it was, like, connected to the Dreamcatcher. And then she had another one with a wolf on it. I think wolves, like, symbolically can have more of a darker side to it. I do see that it can be, like, a very, like, majestic animal of, like, spring. But I would view it differently than a lion, you know? I'm like, don't get me started on that rabbit hole. It was a foot. Okay. Yeah, my mom had a lot of feet, like purple, white. I remember just like bunches of colors. Like, I wouldn't support that nowadays. But isn't that a, I feel like that's like a native bringing, right? Like, what is that? Oh, they were rabbit foot. Yeah. Oh, it is a foot. Oh. European beliefs. Hoodoo? Sounds like voodoo. See, this is stuff that I don't mess with, though. Not knocking anyone that does, but... Ew. In North America folk culture. Yeah, like saying that you gotta do it, like, to the rabbit at a certain time to get its foot. Like, what? I would never do that to an animal. That's a no for me. And I do not own any. The dream catcher is not made of animals. Tested? No, I owned rabbits at one point, so absolutely not. And even if I didn't own them, that's absolutely not for me. I remember one time I saved a couple bunnies from these like little like farmer market type things, like feed stores. It wasn't like a farmer's market, but like a feed store, like type, little smaller type places that would get rabbits sometimes. But I literally would go there and get hay and bundles of hay for my rabbits. But I saved a couple rabbits a couple of times. One was so big, but they were gonna give it to the snakes, and I was like, oh no, we're gonna save that. Like I saved a couple of them, and I was like, no, that's a no for me. You don't even know my mom, Pico. She's wild. She was like all into all kinds of stuff that I was not. My dad would like laugh at her because she was into a lot of weird stuff. But I think that happened because she literally she lost faith in a lot of things because of things how they had happened for her. Because I feel like, you know, people, they start like going like within like, oh, my life's not going as well, so screw the higher power, screw XYZ, you know. So it's like I feel like it becomes like a blame game, you know. This didn't happen for me, so it must be someone else's fault, like. And that's pretty sad too, though. Hold on. But that's usually how it happens, where people stop believing as much because they feel like, you know, it didn't happen for me, so it's happening against me, or like God doesn't love me, Jesus doesn't love me, you know, like we've all felt that way. I feel like when people are maybe more like super grounded to religion and stuff, maybe don't feel as much of that. But I feel like people would be lying too if they didn't have like questions of like, how does this thing work? And then by this thing, I mean life. Thanks, Pico. Yeah, my best friend was telling me she has a rabbit in her backyard that had babies. Yeah, I don't know. Mixed feelings. I grew up like way different than you guys. You know, I don't know everyone's story for sure. With just little like snippets and pieces that you guys have given me, like my parent structure is way different, you know, and that's okay. Like, why I'm not gonna like, I don't know, just not gonna open that can of worms. Yeah, I appreciate it, Pico. I look like both of my parents. When I'm with my mom, I look like my mom. When I was with my dad, I look like my dad. When I'm with both of them, I look like both of them. I really wish that I would have gotten my dad's eyes, though. But it's fine. You don't get to pick and choose, right? But who knows? Maybe, like, my children one day will. I know that, both of you guys were close with your mom, though. I'm gonna get some water. Beer. All these crazy discussions. think I have the picture over here of this thing. What are you guys doing this weekend? Yeah, I have the picture. Give me a second. I've showed the picture before. Wolfie claims he didn't see it. But this is a generational photo of me. Don't laugh at my hair. Me, my grandma, and my mother. It's hard to see. It's like not focusing. It's like not focusing. Oh, there you go. So my mom, she kind of looks like Sandra Bullock. And me, honestly. And then my grandma, her mom. And this is the Polish-British lady. So my grandma is British and Polish. And obviously my mom is Polish. And then you got me. And I was wearing a butterfly shirt. How I'm meant to be. It's so funny. I have a shirt. I have like a tank top that looks like that. Wow. Like, follow me along in life. Hilarious. I have some photos of my mom, like, in, like, high school. She looked like she was, like, too cool to be, like, too cool. She was so cool. I remember she had a boyfriend that rode motorcycles, and he ended up crossing over, like, in high school from a motorcycle accident. Some crazy stuff. But I remember seeing that in, like, her, like, yearbook or something. You didn't see my dad. I'm like, I never showed. I don't even think I've ever showed my dad. I don't really have, like, probably any, like, this was cool though. My mom, I had this picture of me wearing a very similar shirt, and I have no idea where that picture is now, but I'd have to, like, find it. But I have this picture of my mom. She used to have, like, these friends that had exotic animals, so I was able to see them as a kid, like panthers and lions and cheetahs, like all kinds of exotic animals. But when the Exotic Joe stuff came out, it reminded me of that. And I had found this photo of my mom, though, holding, I think it's a cheetah. She was like, she had a lot of cool stuff. I remember growing up, and she always was, like, edgy. Like, had some really cool stuff. I have a ring of hers, so it's like a tiger eye. What up, little cheese? Are you really? That's awesome. I apple shirt today, dare shirt tomorrow. My mom was definitely, like, she grew up with two brothers, so she was definitely, like, like a, not like a tomboy, but like a tomboy. And she definitely is like the attitude of, if a man can do it, I can do it. And I like to like channel that energy sometimes, because I do a lot of things that I'm like, okay, well, if a man can do it, I can do it type of energy. There's some things that I'm like, okay, can't do it all, but in general, she definitely had that type of energy about her. She was always like willing to like learn things outside the box. Might I mention my grandfather built his own house. Like I said before, that when I was doing the dollhouse stuff, he would build miniature dollhouses. And I always had that picture of like him essentially as like an adult, like wow, like he would build all these fancy dollhouses. But I remember when I saw my dad last, I was talking about the dollhouses, and he was like, "You do realize he built his own house, right?" And I was like, "Excuse me?" I was so confused, but my mom's so like warped in the head that like when I confronted her about it, I was like, "Wait, he built his own dollhouses? Like he literally built his own dollhouses?" And she, or not dollhouse, actual house. And because like I said, I grew up always remembering him building these fancy dollhouses. So when I asked her about it, I'm like, wait, I didn't know he built his own house. I thought he was just building a bunch of really cool dollhouses that I was like able to sometimes play with. And she was like, yeah, he built his own house. Like she like brushed it off. It was like wild. Like you're crazy. Like you're wild. Like why did you not, like you had land, like why did you not like ask him for help? I don't know. It was interesting. Something. It's wild. Babe Ape, like oh my gosh, this like brought me back to those crazy jackets with like all the crazy designs on them. I remember they used to be so expensive. I wonder what like they're like now. Wow, Babe Ape. Crazy. Wow. They're so expensive still. Dudley Boys. What was yesterday was what, their birthday? Oh, what shirt you're wearing? That's hilarious. Brought me back to wrestling. Did I tell you that I met Jeff Hardy? Did you ever hear that story? Wow, Dudley Boys. Oh my gosh. That's so weird. How old is that shirt? Oh my gosh. Insane. I told like my whole like WF, WE switched so many times. I've told that story. Like I used to go all the time to TNA as a kid. And then when they were like bouncing around with all the WF stuff, WE, whatever it's called now, a lot of the wrestlers were going over to TNA as like surprise guests. I'm like, where's Fraggle? Like Fraggle and I had this whole conversation about this. Literally, whole conversation about it. He named his hamsters after the Hardy Boys, or his gerbils. Doodly do, right? Dudley Boys though threw me back. Like immediately saw the glasses and like the white, but the white reminded me of Nelly, but it wasn't Nelly for some reason. I was like, wait a minute, Dudley Boys. I wonder what they're doing with their lives. I actually seen who is it? Dang it. McFlair. Sorry, I was like Rick McFlair. No, it wasn't Rick McFlair. Who was that? some one of them on Pawn Stars like months ago. But they weren't like wrestling anymore, obviously. That's Farland. No, what was his name? Ric Flair. No, it's not Ric Flair. It's the other one though. Can't remember his freaking name. Oh, it's gonna bother me. What was his freaking name? What happened to China though was bad, man. Why did nobody get her help? What was his freaking name? Rakishi. I'm so done. Oh, it's gonna bother me. I gotta figure out his name. Dang. He had brown hair. I said before that my best friend still watches it, and I tried to watch it like a year ago for like, I think it was on one of the events. WrestleMania, and I just was like, this is so bad. I think that the wrestler got in trouble though, so was it McFlair? No, it wasn't McFlair. It was McFoley. McFoley. Gosh, I was like Ric Flair. I was like something, but no, it's Mick Foley. Yes, McFoley. I want to figure it out, but I should have looked at the chat sooner. Yeah, McFoley. Ew. I used to love playing the wrestling on like a Nintendo. I think it was NWO. But I remember me and my best friend would stay up all night playing it and like literally just like beating the shit out of people. And there was one, the skeleton dude, I can't remember his name, but he would come with the chair. So I always want to play with him because I would just like literally just like go ham with the chair. And then we would crack up over some of their dances in there. Like we still laugh at like Disco Inferno and like the ridiculous ass dance. That was still NWO though. I remember one time we stayed up until like literally like sunrise, and my dad heard us and he like ran in there and he was like, go to sleep, right? And we were like pretending to go to sleep, and of course we're like 10 years old trying not to laugh too, like getting yelled at, because when you're a kid you get laughed at, or you laugh at like the worst times that get your ass in more trouble, you know? And I'm pretty sure one of us giggled, and he's like, I know you're still up, I can see the Nintendo's on. And I was like, dang it, because you couldn't like turn it off, you know? Should have put a sticker over it. Those were the good old days. Used to love playing with the wrestling games. I remember another time we were playing, I think it was like Sega at her dad's house. Maybe it was PlayStation then. But we changed the rules where we were playing basketball, and you had like no rules, like you could foul and stuff, and we kept breaking people's ankles, and her dad was like shocked. I swear he played it like when we weren't there, like he was like definitely playing the video game by himself, but he was like shocked, like, wow, you girls are really good. And we're like breaking people's ankles. I gotta text her about this. We were literally breaking people's ankles like left and right. You're like seeing them wobble off the court and shit. so funny. That just like hacked like a childhood memory. I'm like, yes. I remember her dad was so shocked though. I'm gonna have to ask her. I'm like, do I remember this right? Your dad like thought we were like beasts. Bob Ross. Bob Ross was not a wrestler. Although, McFoley kind of does look like Bob Ross. Like Bob Ross's like wrestling cousin. Maybe. That's hilarious. Have you guys seen the documentary about Bob Ross though? He like got screwed allegedly. Like, poor guy. I feel like really bad. Like he literally got screwed, y'all. Sad. I think it's like Pluto TV or something. Pluto, Tubi, one of the free little app channel things for TV. Is that Pluto? I don't know. But it has a whole Bob Ross channel, and you can literally watch Bob Ross like paint his heart out, you know? I think that's pretty cool. Like, always happy accident trees, you know? Everyone's a happy accident. I did see Sting though wrestle one time at the TNA. That was pretty cool. It was like this whole cage wrestling match. So that was so epic. Like it's like one of those things that's like imprinted in my brain of how like cool that was. Like literally it was like a whole cage match. And I remember he like went under the ring and pulled out like essentially like a body bag, and he had a bat, was like ready to like body bag the wrestler. It's pretty intense, but he had this thing over his face as he does, and his like crinkly looking hair. I don't think he was fighting the Hardy Boys, but whenever I was going to TNA a lot, Matt wasn't part of TNA. It was just Jeff part of TNA. So I met Jeff several times with my best friend, so that was like lives rent free in my brain. But I saw a couple of things several months ago when we were talking about wrestling on here. It made me like go on like a rabbit hole dive of like what are they up to, you know? And I saw that Jeff had gotten into some stuff. It made me a little sad, you know? Like dang. Super sad. It is sad to think that wrestling's not real either, you know? No offense to people that still believe, you know? It's just like rigged. I would love to be like maybe like a pro wrestler though. They're in like great shape doing all those fake moves. I don't even know who Ving is. Who's that? When's the next session? I don't know. I honestly didn't know if people wanted to chat like that, you know? I was getting pretty good like views and stuff in the morning and evenings with the dogs. And I was like, okay, well maybe people don't want to listen to me blah 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 blah, you know? So I was like, okay, well, here and there. And I've been just running around doing a bunch of different stuff. As you can tell, sometimes I just keep talking in here and I don't get as much done in the office doing stuff. And that's okay. I'm open for those. But I also didn't know if people want to actually chat with me. So I was like, well, I'll like sprinkle myself in. But this morning I had an inkling that I was like, you know what? You haven't sat and chat and vibed in a little while, so maybe you should do that and see how many fairies come in. And you're a fairy. Yeah, well, believe it or not, yeah, believe it or not, people do speak dogfish, etc., and do enjoy that. So, believe it or not, I'm still trying to be monetized from YouTube. Thanks, YouTube. And some people want to see that stuff. It's crazy. So I'm like, okay, it is what it is. I had, what was it that I seen? I just seen The Truman Show for the first time a few months back. and people have talked about it before in here, and another chat I have heard them talk about the Truman Show, but I had never seen it. I actually watched it, and I was pretty pissed off on how it ended. I was like, wow, it wasted my time, and that's how it ends. And I love Jim Carrey. I think a lot of people just see Jim Carrey as like all the crazy movies he's done, and he's done a lot of good ones, and he has done a lot of crazy stuff. But on a spiritual level, he is so different. It's like even cooler, you know? But after that, you know, I had talked about how I hadn't seen it and stuff like that, and like people were shocked like that I hadn't seen it, and there was a couple of people that tried to rat out the ending for me. Well, them telling me about the ending didn't even change like my view on how awful the ending was. I was like, did he get the girl? Like, what the heck? Anyways, don't want to ruin it for people that may have not seen it, but it provoked me to see or want to see Pulp Fiction. Well, I saw Pulp Fiction was on like Tubi or Pluto or one of those. I don't remember which one. And I was like, I guess I'll watch that because surprisingly I had never seen it before. So I was like, maybe I'll see what's going on with it. I only watched half of it, so I have not watched the rest, or maybe more than half because I got to the part where the girl like literally almost, you know, and she lived, and that's all I've seen. So I have not seen the rest of it. But I don't know, I'm not really into like I'm not really into like the violence stuff, you know? I can see why people were like into that back in the day. I wonder if that's the same chick from Breaking Bad. I don't know. But my tattoo artist was obsessed with that movie, right? Like photos, posters, frames, stuff of it. So I'm shocked that I'd never seen it, but I'm weird. Like if people are like, oh my god, I'm obsessed, then I usually don't like watch it, and I'm not a big movie person, so that's another reason. But same with like a bunch of different things that became popular throughout the years. I like either don't watch them until way later and they're no longer got that huge hype around it, or I have to really think, am I gonna burn away like some time to this? When I'm going to sleep at night, I throw on the TV and there's a couple shows that I watch throughout like the months and stuff. So sometimes there's seasons of that I just rot my brain with, you know, like, or a bunch of like alien stuff. That's essentially what it is. I used to do a lot of crime docs, but ever since all the neighborhood weird shit started happening for me, I stopped doing crime docs. So I was like, look, you don't need to promote any more weirdness. Marcellus Wallace, who's that? That's I thought it was Samuel Jackson. American Psycho? See, like that already sounds like Psycho to me. I don't even know who Christian is. I thought honestly we were talking about religion again. I'm awful at movies. I'm like the worst. I could have like a full night of rest and go watch a movie or attempt to watch a movie and I fall asleep. So as I get wiser, because I hate saying older, as I get wiser, I'm just like, I could be doing something like better. At night, like honestly, it took me days to watch the Truman Show because I was watching it at night to like essentially go to sleep, or while I was eating, I would watch it and then go to sleep, you know? So it takes me sometimes days to watch these things, like if I do movies. But I'm so not up to date, like, on old things or new things. Like, my mom was obsessed with movies growing up, and my parents were, and I think that was, like, more of that time frame. But I don't know. I think I have, like, ADHD that was never, like, taken care of. So to stay focused on that for so long. And then another problem of mine is, like, am I wasting time? Like, it's something that processes in my brain. Like, am I wasting time watching this? Like I said, when I'm going to sleep at night and I'm watching these stupid little shows like The Golden Bachelor, you know, I'm not looking for a learning lesson. So I don't give a shit. I just want to laugh and be like, wow, I'm glad I'm not feeling like that sometimes, you know? But there's other things, you know, that I do like educational learnings, like when I'm watching things, if I am, because I do want to feel like I'm not burning time. I was saying earlier, I can't do any horror stuff. Like, those things freak me out. You're just like, oh no, you lost me. I'm out. I'm weird. Like, I can see why people do all the movies and the shows and all the things. I get it. I get it. I'm just like, I don't know. I need like more. Like, I can't even say anymore. I'm like, yep, I've scared them all off. They're like, do you know any of these movies, Dutchie? And I'm like, no. I've heard of some, but no. Like, even back in the day, I used to play so many video games. As I get older, I just like, wiser. As I get wiser, I'm like, I don't really like playing video games as much anymore because it's so time consuming. You blink and it's already like XYZ time, and you're like, wait a minute, what time is it? How long have I been doing this? I don't know. Mixed feelings. Thanks for stopping in, little cheese. You're like, I'm out of here. Things have gotten weird. You're like, you didn't see Pulp Fiction? You didn't see American Psycho? Being as a wrestler, though? Excuse. It's not my excuse, Wolfie. What are you talking about? It's not an excuse. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. As y'all know, I'm all over the spectrum on how I feel about things, you know? One day I'm this, one day I'm not. Like, I don't know. I'm different. So, I feel like sometimes, like, do people want to hear what I have to say? You know? Do I have anything to talk about? You know? Mixed feelings. Really random, though. I'm thinking about lunch soon. And I made Chick-fil-A sauce yesterday to put, like, on top of my dinner. And I'm thinking I want to do that for my sandwich today. I'm like, ooh, make, like, a French bread, like, ham and cheese sandwich. Maybe some veggies in there, like lettuce, spinach type of veggie. And that Chick-fil-A sauce. That would be great. When? For your hair? You're gonna grow it out or just today? How is that even possible for just today? Is that where you're gonna be for Halloween? Do you guys celebrate Halloween there on the 31st or at all? No Halloween. I didn't think so, but I wasn't sure. How are you gonna have Jesus hair just for the day? You have a wig? On actual Christmas? Do you celebrate Christmas? And that's another thing. Like, it's like, is that really Jesus' birthday? Like, of course, we're told that's his birthday, but is that his birthday? And, like, why is it surrounding gifts? You know, I feel like there's a big like what when a lot of people are surrounding like Christmas around gifts. You know, I think that's kind of like messed up. Like, even if you have like all the money in the world, you know, I still think that it's just like a like almost like totem pole, like put someone on like a pedestal, not a totem pole, a pedestal to put someone on, like, oh, if I don't get these gifts, or you don't get this person this gift, or you don't get a bunch of gifts for people, then it's XYZ. And that's kind of sad too, because that's not the point of Christmas. And it's a lot of pressure for people. I feel sad. Like, even like for kids. So it's like, even if parents decided they didn't want to do celebration of Christmas for 3 hours already. Oh my gosh. If they didn't want to do celebrating like Christmas, and then kids go to school, and then these other kids got a bunch of really crazy gifts, and then you don't get gifts, like your parents are like POSs. That's so sad, you know? No, I actually can't see it because it's like literally like a bubble. But I'm pretty sure I've seen that on your profile a long time ago, after you changed your old man photo, where everyone thought you were like 65. You were like the old man of the group. It's not that long. Hold on a second. I don't know what this is about. What is the good deed? Hold on. A good deed, or you're repenting your sins? Charity? Like what? You're gonna grow out your hair for charity? Yeah, I think that's important. Yeah, I do think that's important, because I do think the holidays are kind of hard for people as well. We really don't know what like others are going through, and like sometimes the holidays are like sadder for others because maybe they're not around their family, or their family have crossover, or they don't have family to hang out with, you know? There's so many different like experiences for the holidays that I feel like people should think about for others. What up, Joe? Hey, howdy, howdy. You're gonna bring them stuff at the orphanage? Is it really an orphanage? Is that what you guys call them? I feel like that's like outdated here. What up, Joe? How was your birthday? I haven't talked to you in a little while. How was your birthday? You too, Wilfie. How was your birthday? Threw me off because you like to lie about your birthday, but we're your astrology sign. I'm doing okay. Riding the waves of life, you know? I was like thinking about lunch. I was like, But I'm doing okay. I got the coracles out. I haven't really done much. I got into deep conversations about Jesus, religion, spirituality, food, and wrestling. you said that before, but you know, you said you were a Virgo originally, so that would mean that your birthday passed, or is passing, or did pass because we're in Libra now. I can't remember. I know you're getting wiser, not older, wiser, Joe. I can't keep up with you because you now say that you're an Aquarius, but you said originally you were a Virgo. I don't know what's happening out there. I know it's been a little bit since your birthday. Oh, I saw something, I think it was yesterday, and I thought of you, Joe. There was a thing, it was on Amazon. It was like an ad. I think it was like on Pinterest that took me to Amazon or something. But it was literally a cat hat. Like, you put it on your head and your cat sit in it. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm pretty sure Joe would like do that without the hat, but I feel like you should get the hat. I don't think you're gonna convince Joe either, let's be honest. No, you did say Virgo because I remember, like, literally, like, Tom said he was a Virgo, Joe I already knew was a Virgo, and then you were a Virgo, and there's actually a couple other people that were Virgos too, and it was lump sum in that. And then all of a sudden after, Pico's also a Virgo. I had mentioned that you guys were, or I think it was not Pico, I think it was you. You were I said you were the virgin. But I remember that, and then you changed it. And I'm like, so why are you messing with me? Yeah, at least look up the cat hat. I was like, oh my gosh, why is this Joe? It's hilarious. And I'm like, that's priceless. You need to get one or put it on your Christmas wish list. You need to get one, and then that needs to be your new profile picture. Like, you literally sitting with, like, Lucky on your head. Hey! I don't think they have dog hats, and I'm pretty sure I can't put, like, 50 pounds for each dog on my head. Okay, you get one other chance, Aquarius. That's it. You said that, and I remember the Aquarius part, but I typically remember people's signs. If I don't remember your exact date, it just depends. Some numbers are like different than others for me, but most of the time I'm definitely remembering people's signs. Oh, excuse me. And I remember you saying you were a Virgo first. How have my people been, though? I think about you guys, and I'm like, you know, I do miss the good chats with my people. I just know, you know, sometimes it's like, what the heck is she talking about? So I'm like, well, you know, I'll chit chat here and there. I'm like, maybe people once again don't want to chat with me and want to see the dogs, the fish, I don't know, nature, cat hats. I've been thinking about you, Joe. What have you been up to? I gotta take the dogs out soon, though. I gotta take them out, and I need lunch. I'm like brainstorming. Like, definitely know I want to do that sandwich, but I want like a side or something. I'm like, what am I gonna do on the side? Don't know. Yeah, I feel like it's like an energy. I feel like that too, honestly. And I think there's a full moon on Monday. Doesn't time change for you this weekend or what next weekend? You said October, right? I feel like at this time of year is like seasons change, so it feels like a little bit different, but I do feel like sometimes it comes with like a gloominess. And I feel like that a lot, like when we like transition into this time of year. I try not to get stuck in those feelings though, because then you get like almost like overwhelmed in that. I hope things feel better and lighter for you soon though, and I hope that's not like an energy for like everyone. I know the holidays coming in too always kind of like paints like I think that just restarted. I know the holidays like can sometimes paint like a different type of energy as well, or kind of bring like nostalgic vibes. But don't think because I'm not like actively chatting with you guys that I don't miss chatting with you guys. So I came on today because I was like, you know what? Maybe my peeps want to talk to me, because I do want to talk to you guys too. You know, I sometimes have like waves of life as well, where like some days feel like heavier than others, and some days are just like just coasting by. But you know, I do like to like lift like spirits and bring positivity to each other, or bounce ideas off of each other. And like sometimes I think when I'm feeling like not my best self, like maybe that's how other people are feeling too. And like how can we like bring a light in a dark room, you know? I do miss chatting, but sometimes I feel like, you know, like maybe people don't want to hear me blab. And I feel like sometimes, like, you know, YouTube is like a balance thing. Because I do want to, like, reach goals that I'm trying to actively, like, get on YouTube. But I also feel like, you know, it's like, it's hard to explain. Definitely hard to explain, because it's like, I'm such a, like, outside the box thinker. And when you're like hosting on a channel, like you do want to like be a light in a dark room for people, you know? I don't want to like come in here if I'm not feeling my best self, or like come in here and I'm not like being a light in the dark room, you know? Because I don't want to pass on that energy. Or there's sometimes I'm so busy that I don't have time to sit and chat, like, you know? So I still want to actively like find my core people and keep my core people like you guys, like, and keep the love going around, because it is important. And I do think that I found some really cool people like you guys in here, and that I cherish that a lot. So today I was like, you know what, I'm gonna full circle, I'm gonna come back, chat with some of my peeps, put on the light, summon them, and bring on the good vibes, you know, because I do think that like we've had some good vibes in here, chit chatting and laughs. And at times I feel like, you know, I'm a little hard on myself with the YouTube stuff as well, and I've taken some time to like just like, I don't know, be one with myself too. Oh yeah, let me catch up. To the old you during Christmas. Why? So you look like Santa Claus? Oh, it's the last week in October. I can't remember if you said the first week, because it's the first week of November for us. Interesting. Is it in October still? When the time changed, we lose an hour or two. Is October the brightest moon? I didn't know that. I think it's the harvest moon though. Was he already engaged, Harry? I remember you said Harry. And that was like a common name to pass down. Sally or Barry. Not Harry or Barry, but maybe Harry, just not Larry. Is it due on New Year's Eve? That's crazy. Like a New Year's Eve baby. That'd be Capricorn though. How can you get a Jesus haircut if your hair's not long? I didn't see fatter. I said I saw father, and I was like, they're getting a father? Who? I was like, oh my gosh, things have changed. Like, tell me more, tell me more. That's hilarious. Jesus haircut, like what, to here? Oh my gosh, can you imagine? I can imagine. I've had my hair that short before. The shortest that I've done is like here, and it was like cut out at like an angle. But no, I thought you meant you. I was like, your hair's not long though. I'm not cutting my hair that short, at least not now. My hair's getting longer too. I cut it a few months ago and it's already back to like what I originally had, almost. But I try to like cut bangs and they definitely did not work out the way that I wanted them to, you know? And I always tell myself like, yeah, style it up, do some bangs. And then as soon as I get bangs, I like literally just like hate myself. Like, why did you do that? Like, I need my hair to be pulled back at any point in time. And I don't like just like pieces of like bang hanging down or a bunch of bangs hanging down that I cannot at least bobby pin back. Or it's constantly falling out of the pony. That's just annoying. I'm always doing yard work or tomboy-ish type shit. So I'm like, I need my hair to go back when it needs to go back. I was like, who's the father? I was like, oh, do tell. Was this a blind date father experience or... You're like, good luck to them. The father's cleaning out the litter box always. That's like top of the notch, like on the to-do list for the father. Yeah, so you were here for the pictures. I'm not dyeing my hair anymore. Maybe later in life, but at this point, I'm not dyeing my hair anymore. Like, nah. Too much. What's everyone doing this weekend? I was like, wow, I missed a lot. They're getting a father. Wolfie's getting a Jesus haircut. Things are getting crazy. I'm like, what is everyone's New Year's resolution? Because holy F, we're only like a few months away. Whoa, two different things. Like, Wolfie's like excited about shoes, and then whoa, I was like, oh, well, I guess that's where I was seeing father. Wow, that is a shock. When was that? Recent? Is that what's been going on too? You're talking about the last couple of months. That could be an adjustment. How often is she visiting? I have questions. What? So Nikita went back? Was she there before? I remember you were saying before she would like go visit and stuff. And bought new shoes for running. I got a new pair of shoes too. Not per se running, but I guess they could be running shoes. That's exciting. So you gave yourself a Christmas gift already? That's interesting, Joe. So it's like you and the kitties. Wolfie's like literally like, yeah, talk about shoes. And Joe's talking about like real life scenarios, like opposite spectrums. I can imagine that would be a shock. I would be shocked too. I am shocked. Honestly. And I don't even know all the dynamics. I'm just like shocked. Like, whoa. I'm like, that has to be like different for you, like living wise. For sure. I'm like, tell me more, tell me more. I have something I want to talk to you about too at some point, Joe. We need to take the dogs out soon too, though. Before this other mix of rain. It looks like it may rain again, but I'm not certain. Oh. Oh my gosh. Big hugs. I was wondering if it made you feel sad. But it's like a bachelorette pad now, you know? Like, you're just like, yeah, send me on my blind dates with my kitty hat on. See, look, Welfare with, like, a completely, like, opposite, like, thing happening in his world. Did she say why? But, you know, this doesn't have to be, like, a bad feeling, you know? I can understand why it's different and where you're kind of like, wait, why me? Why not me and why him, you know? Especially because of like the circumstances between you guys and not being like a current husband. Of why that could be like sad, you know? Because it probably feels like a little lonely, you know? But being alone doesn't have to feel lonely. It's like filling those like those feelings and those not voids, but like making it feel less lonely with XYZ. I feel like sometimes like we're forced to be alone so we can like iron feelings out and thoughts out and like actually like love ourselves a little bit more, so when we are around the ones that we do love, that like we're able to decipher like different feelings and detach from different things too as well. Because you can get a lot of things thought about and done being alone. But I hope she still comes and visits you as well. Like, kind of like an alternative thing from her and her father. Like she's still visiting you and making plans to come see you and everything. Well, I'm glad she still stays there. A little bit, you know. I know it's definitely still way different. But who knows? Maybe she moves back. Like, maybe she needs, like, a taste of, like, reality of what it's like to live with her dad. Maybe she moves back. Maybe she moves on her lonesome, too, you know? But obviously, like, supporting her as well, so there's no resentment there. You probably know that. And, maybe being a moral support for her as well, because who knows how it'll go on that side. I hope it goes well for her sake, but also in the sense that like you never know what life offers, and that she knows that she can trust to like call on you if she needs your help, you know. She is a strong woman. She's like superwoman, absolutely. Now it is the time for you to live in your bachelorette pad with their cat hat on, calling out to the sun, the cat sons, crying of like good things, you know, like let it out, like, because I feel like, you know, I don't know what it's like to be like a human mom, you know, but I feel like when you become like a mom, you probably like, rush into this momhood that like you're a nurturer and a carer and a giver, and that, when things change as the children get older, I feel like, not empty nesters is such a weird word, but like I feel like women almost like don't know who themselves are when they're not having just super mom all the time, like even when children get older and become adults or older teenagers, etc., you have to now dive into, what do I do that's not having to be a super mom all the time? So maybe this is like the time where you get to pour into what makes you happy and like what makes you feel good, and then coming back to like, I'm not saying appreciating her in a different way because I know you love her, but to come back in full force of like being like a healed mom, because you have been through a lot of stuff, like especially in your last marriage, like that it's kind of like having a child in the mix of something that you wanted to get away from. I can only imagine like the confusing feelings that come with that, because you love your child but you also didn't love the husband, so, or you stopped like needed to get away from that, so I don't want to pass judgment or talk about things I don't know, but in the sense of I don't know, you always like, humans tend to put themselves last in those scenarios a good portion of the world, and that's where the world is like not healed the way that it should be, or doesn't take time to heal themselves, because we're always like nurturing others. Yeah, do you believe that fairies are at that rainbow? But it is true though, things do change in a blink of an eye, and it's like appreciating the moment, because we only have this moment. Like we get lost in life, that we don't really think about how this is the moment, how do we seize this day, seize this moment, because it's so cliche that it's like gets brushed off a lot, and then tomorrow, tomorrow, and then all of a sudden years have passed and it's been tomorrow for like 35 years, and you're like, wait a minute, when do I seize this moment? When do I love myself more? When do I care about what makes me happy, And I can't imagine like being a parent in the mix of that as well, because you obviously have to like, not obviously, because some parents don't, but a good portion of parents put their children first, Yeah, and that's important for her to have that feeling, I'm sure that is important to her, because maybe right now it's like, whatever, I have my daddy and I have my mom, but to have that like subconscious like wired in thought of like, okay, well, no matter what happens here, my mom's going to be there. But being like on your lonesome after not for so many years, that's a new like adventure. And I'm sure it doesn't feel like an adventure in the beginning, because you're just like, it's so unknown of like, what do I do with my time? How do I fill this? Like, I'm not caring for her, I'm caring for myself now. Like, what can I do? Like, what do I do, And I think it's important to enjoy spending time with yourself. Like maybe you go to a library soon and find some really cool books, or like maybe you like go to like a thrift store and find some really cool books, or like a new hobby to pick up on what to do in your alone time, like whenever she's not there for those 3 days. And I'm glad she's still visiting you though for those days, or like still coming to stay with you, because that gives you time to both kind of like breathe outside the rim of each other, where you're able to like discover what makes Joe happy. Like, oh, I was like, what is that? Oh, yeah, even the dogs are like, what? And now it's like your time to shine, I wouldn't think of it like as like a dark time, I would think of it as like, where here comes the sun, like how this can get turned around here, like how can I like pour into myself now. And I think a lot of people don't even know how to do that or where to start, and that's where people get lost. Or we've been in like such routines for so many years that it becomes like, I don't know, like wild to think that you could pour into yourself. And I think that's so like messed up as well. Hold on a second. What the heck? So messed up as well, because then it's like, oh wow, like what do I even like, how do I even love myself? How is that even possible, you know? And then people are just like, oh well, I'm not gonna get back. I'm just gonna sit and wait for her return, so to speak, like in your situation. But I think right now it's probably still fresh and confusing and different, that you feel like maybe more sadness than happiness at this point. But then later on you may feel like, I deserve this break. You're not going to stop being a mom, but I deserve to have like some me time. What makes me feel good? And how can I like keep making myself feel better, so that way I'm even better of a mom than I can imagine? Because I know you're an awesome mom. And having that time to like pour back into your cup, so to speak, will pay back in tenfold to you more than we can imagine as well. Because you're giving back to yourself, which is also so important when we're giving to others in this life. And maybe, you know, sometimes I feel like when we don't want change, it's like thrusted upon us, and then it becomes like inevitable to avoid it. And then a good portion of the time, it's not as bad as we imagine. It doesn't always feel like that in the moment. You think like the worst because it's what we do as humans, but what if we did think the best? How would that pay off for us, you know? What's the best thing that could happen? I try to always change that from what's the worst thing, because the worst can keep you going for days. Yeah, you're like, wait a minute. You're like, kitties, is that you? Yeah, and I mean, when it's not just like multiple people flowing around either, like, or more than one person, like, you're kind of like, okay, this is different. It's like quiet. But I mean, once again, you may find new hobbies. Maybe you start blasting music, or you start jamming out, or having like yoga mornings and a coffee or a tea, or maybe you start like cooking pastries. Who doesn't love pastries? You know, you and I love me some pastries. I'm like, we may like literally like be rolled up in a bunch of chocolate cakes, but I don't know, I'm finding like a new hobby. Maybe do some quirkles. Don't do it like my first quirkle, but maybe you start doing some quirkles. Tapping into a crafty energy. You start journaling, you know, finding little things here and there. Like maybe you start doing like a weekly schedule. What do I do on Monday? Or what do I do on the days that Nikita's not here? Yeah, Wolfie's gonna dye his hair blue with you too. Oh my gosh. You should get another cat and name it Jesus. You're like, Jesus, Jesus, sit on my head. Maybe to the cats, as long as your cats don't like piss on everything out of like kitty piss war. Because that could be a good idea. I'm like, I don't think the cats would get along with the dog. Otherwise, I would suggest maybe a dog. But I know you're in the flat, so you could do like a fish tank. You could become like a fish tank hobbylist. Blah, blah, blah. But the cats may eat the fish. You could do like paint by numbers. You know, I'll be here for you to like support you through this new chapter. But it doesn't have to be like daunting. It can be like a love yourself right chapter, you know? You've spent so much time pouring into other people, being a literal wife, being a literal mother for years. You still are a mother, of course, but like this is just like your time of like independence and growth. Okay, Wolfie's gonna dye his hair blue, and then he's gonna put a profile picture up of his hair dyed to prove that he did it, and then Joe will consider dyeing her hair blue. Or maybe she'll do like purple. You could travel. I mean, it just depends on like what you can do, like financially, or what you're wanting to do. Like, what is something that you've been wanting to do for years, but maybe you didn't have the time, or maybe you like didn't have the energy. I feel like sometimes like humans like convince themselves being alone is so bad, you know? I spent a lot of time doing the same thing. But as I've spent more and more alone time with myself, I'm like, I like myself, you know? I spent a lot of years like trying to think like, am I good enough? Am I XYZ, you know? And if you spend too much time doing that, then you just like talk yourself out of being the awesome human you naturally already are. Yes, absolutely. And sometimes, you know, the path gets like a little windy and confusing, and you're just like, ooh, cherries along the way, and then, ooh, like flowers along the way, and then, oh my gosh, it looks dark and scary over there, and then you see stars in the sky. You just never know, you know? And it's like, if we don't take the paths, like, then we won't ever know. And I think when we're willing to, like, experience it and be, like, trusting into the universe and having faith that things are working out the way that they need to, is the more likely that we're going to see those paths like align for us, you know? I feel like we can spend a lot of time essentially like scaring good things away because we convince ourselves that they're not going to be good, you know? And I'm sure like having such a life change like that, of like having your daughter there all the time and then not, is completely different. It's definitely like, okay, like you could go, I could see, or I'm not going to say these things, I don't want you to feel things that I'm saying, but like I could see where you could go within on that and think that you did something wrong. I would not go that route. And I would think of it as like, this is a time for me to like bloom into the flower I always deserve to be, you know? I think this is the time where you literally discover things that you've always wanted to discover. Like pour into a craft, a project, a XYZ that's going to make you feel good, you know? Maybe you start making things for Nikita when she comes home and visits, like, and that's something that she gets excited to come back to, you know? And that can be from little to small to whatever, you know? But things that are making you feel good, because I know being a mom makes you feel good, and making her feel loved and accepted as well, even through that decision. Like, yeah, I just unplugged the potato. You must have seen that. I plugged up the iPad now. It's been a couple hours. I was like, it should be charged. Yeah, it's charged. And I appreciate you too, Joe, you know? We're here for you in this chat of magical misfits, for sure. Some of us have come in waves and stuff, but, you know, ultimately, like, life throws us, like, curveballs, and sometimes having a little safe haven or a place that you can throw ideas back and forth or bounce off someone else and maybe get a different thought going, like, can be things that change us all around, you know? I'm not saying you may get that here. I hope you do, but I'm saying in the sense of, like, sometimes we get stuck in our own ways and then change is, like, forced upon us. And sometimes we think that there was nothing wrong with what was happening before, and maybe it was, in the sense that we deserved a little bit better. Maybe it wasn't entirely wrong in XYZ, but, like, in general, I think that change can be good and not to be so scared of it, you know? I think that's important too. We learn things and change, and sometimes like we learn our best selves in it. Like we're like, oh wow, like I didn't even know that I would enjoy this, or I didn't even know that I needed this time, or XYZ. I'm like, oh, the XYZs. I'm about to take the pups out soon though. Maybe I'll come back and chit chat. I really enjoyed chit chatting with you guys today, though, and I mean that genuinely. I've been kind of like floating away into the sky and the air, you know. I'm still here too. I am always here for good chats with you guys and good vibes. I definitely have enjoyed like having you guys in my life this past year. Crazy enough, it's been almost a year. Wild, super wild. And I've had some really good laughs and heartfelt moments with you guys that I couldn't replace, like, if I tried, you know? I think that's, like, part of our journey as well as, like, connecting with like-minded individuals and people that can steer us back on the path we need to be on or help us, like, rewire brain thoughts a little bit, too, because sometimes we get so, like, inside our heads that it's good to, like, just have, like, natural conversations or laughs with people. Yeah, fairies everywhere. You see them? You see them? I told you the fairy mushrooms were growing in the yard. That means they have to be around too. Duh. What else have you guys been up to? Ooh. I think I'm gonna like paint some rocks again soon too. Yeah, charge it up. I might be back in a little bit too, y'all. Definitely a good chat. I'm glad you guys stopped in and chatted with me. Genuinely. Yeah. I'm like, there's always stuff to talk about. Never want to be like boring in here, but I also like, you know, like want you guys to know I'm here for you, you know? Whatever life throws at us, we navigate it through it together. I may not always have the answers, and I definitely am not a therapist, but I definitely enjoy being able to laugh and like not take life so seriously, because I think sometimes it throws us on this serious path that like we have to like really navigate to get off of, because you're just like, wait a minute, life is not this serious. But it's important to have like people that you can share laughs with and like talk about adventures and share ideas, and you never know, we could like formulate together, you know. A little like comedy group going on here was we all have things to offer in this world, and it's important to feel like you have something to offer, you know, and all you guys have something to offer, genuinely. So I really appreciate you guys so much. Charge your potatoes, come back and visit and chat with me, and I'll work on doing more of chit chat and chills. I just felt like, you know, at one point, like, who wants to hear me blab? And that's like me going within as well. And also like just all over the place. Just been having a lot of different things going on here too. But definitely don't think that I don't enjoy talking to you guys, because I do. Oh. I'm like, hello, Thomas. What happened to what happened to Dolby? I haven't seen him in a long time either. And Maddie, where the heck is Maddie? Hold on. This so. Why would you say that, Wilfie? I mean, after a lot of things that have happened in this chat, though, like, things happen. Like, tomorrow is never promised for us, y'all. Like, I do not wish anything upon anyone. But we do have to live, like, as if, like, every day is, like, what, our last day? It's, like, crazy to say those kind of things. But I do think it's, like, important to, like, appreciate what we have, you know? And I think about you guys, like, and hence to why I came back to chat today, because I was like, you know what? I do miss some of my people, and, like, I'm not saying that I am a light in a dark room for people, but, like, I don't know. I said this a few weeks ago when I did another live chat and chill, is that, like, sometimes, like, these are the conversations people have with one another. Like, these are the conversations that maybe that's someone's only conversation for the day. Or, like, maybe, like, conversating in a chat is someone's only conversation for the day. And I've met some really genuine people on here, and I've met some people that are not. But I've met some really genuine people on here, and, like, I would hate for anybody to feel like they can't have that in here now, you know, or they can't chat with XYZ or with me or whatever, because I do want to keep combining like-minded energies and people and frequencies essentially, and navigate through life together. Like maybe someone has the answers, maybe someone doesn't, and we can figure it out, but ultimately like bringing on good vibes. And it's not always like that in life, and I think it's important sometimes to like I think it's always important to lift each other up. And one of my main purposes, once again, starting these chats, like especially living personally and not just with the dogs and the animals, is like connecting with humans, myself, like, and also having these like real life conversations. Some of them being silly, some of them being serious. You know, I like to have a lot of like silly conversations, but I do enjoy a serious conversation that make us think, make us like rewire a little bit up here, get outside of our brains and like think about like why someone else may feel that way or they feel the same way. How do we navigate through that? XYZ. And blab away like I do. When I saw that picture yesterday, Joe, I immediately thought of you. I was like, where is little JoJo? And I was like, I need to get on the chat. I think of you guys a lot in each different ways, like sometimes similar. And I think some people we've weaved in and weaved out, you know, and that's life. Like I don't hold anything against anyone, like ever. I just like accept people on their own path and their own journeys, and sometimes we're on the same path and we part for a second and we meet back at the end of the tunnel. Like that's life, you know. But I think we all have something to offer at the end of the day, like similar things, different things, and I think that's the beauty of life, is like meeting like different souls and providing like good energy for one another, or hugs or love or whatever may be needed, you know. I feel like it's like almost like a melting pot of like all the good things in here. Like everyone brings some kind of wittiness here, which I enjoy, and I think that's where a lot of us are like-minded in here. And then there's like I have some serious side to me too, and then I still like to bring my wittiness, and I definitely love to like pour love back into people, because life's hard enough. Like we don't need to be bashing each other, and we don't need to be like tearing each other down, you know. And knowing that like there's a place that we can feel like naturally us. I've learned in these chats, some people are not naturally them and they bullshit. And I've learned as well, some people are though, like, you know, and I just have to take it for what it is. I've been a little hurt along the way on this YouTube channel, like feeling like I have talked too much or chatted too much, or like, I don't know, express myself too much. But that's also who I am. So if I turn that light off, then I'm not doing anyone injustice. I'm honestly just putting a mask on, and that's not who I am either. Like, I'm a blabber, I'm a chatter, I'm a laugher. Like, I'm a feeler and a healer. I've done said it all before. I like to, like, play around with that recipe, especially when it comes to humans, because I think that, like, we all can, like, tap into different things from each other that can be more of a blessing than a curse, you know? The man? You mean the woman? Oh, thank you. You guys, honestly, you're the best. Definitely, like my mods. Like, I love my mods. Like, I've made you guys mods for a reason. I really, honestly, genuinely care about you guys. There's been a little hiccups along the way and stuff, but, you know, I know that everyone, like, means good, you know. And the ones that I feel like haven't always meant good, there's something happening there that's holding them from doing that, you know. So I still accept people for who they are. I take notes along the way, because you can't just like be blind-eyed to like all the things and then just get walked all over. That's obvious. But I genuinely, like, I've said it so many times in here, and that's one thing, like, I don't like repeating myself, but I do think it's important to, like, let people know that they're appreciated, because I think a lot of the time in life that we don't always go around saying that to people, because we expect them just to know that, and, like, it's way different than, like, sharing that, you know? I genuinely appreciate you guys, and I do want this to always be, like, a chat of, like, we can talk about whatever here, and not being judged, because I think it's cool to think outside the box. Like, imagine you thought something for XYZ amount of years and like you never think that anyone will change your thought about it, and then you perceive it differently, you know? um, I think some of us are like very stern in certain ways, and I think it's still really interesting where we can talk about these things, like the conversation we were having earlier, and even with Pico involved as well, all the religious, spiritual stuff, Jesus, everything. You know, Wolfie, I'm not going to say I was surprised, but I do appreciate you being open-minded about things that I don't exactly agree with, or I view things differently. Because I do like to make everyone feel like, okay, like we don't all know it all, and it's okay to like think about things different than the norm, because the norm is just the norm because it's been said that it's that way. That shouldn't be like, you shouldn't be like shunned because you think of things differently, you know? I think we all should offer our thoughts even if they're different than someone else's, because we may teach someone something, you know? Or we may meet someone that feels the way we do and we feel less alone now, you know? That's something that I find really cool along my journey of life as well, is that a lot of people that I'm like, that I've met throughout my life, and I'm like, oh, I would never think that way. They teach me something that I would never expect, and then now I'm learning a lesson, even though I don't view things the same as you. I'm now learning this lesson of like being more open to XYZ. Like, maybe more people think that way than what I'm thinking, or maybe more people think the way that I'm thinking and they're scared to say it, you know? I don't know. I'm always like, well, I'm all over the place, you know? Knuckle sandwich. When did I say that? Did I say that in this chat? I'm like, I probably said it before, but in this chat, a knuckle sandwich, it can, or a noogie. Yeah, Joe, I definitely have signs of what I see of you guys as well. There's definitely it's like an energy though, you know? Like, imagine like we meet on the internet, all of us meet on the internet and stuff, and then we carry these little lights of energy with each other. Like, oh, like, oh, this will make me think of this person, or that will make me think of that person. And that could be like the timing where everyone's like thinking of one another, you know? I feel like it's cool to meet people that aren't exactly the same as you, because if we were all the same, it would be so fucking boring, you know? So I do think it is important that we all are like offering our true selves and being open to change and differences, because like I said earlier, if we're not open for change, it's like forced upon us. Like, the world is constantly changing, life is constantly changing. Some things become a routine, you know, and then it becomes bothersome almost, that it becomes like a routine and no change. And then when we get change, we're like, oh, F this, I don't want the change, I'm out, you know? And then it's like, but change could teach us so much. Like, it's like imagining like you keep like building like a group of people that are open for change and open for new beginnings, new ideas, new thoughts. Like, you start building empires of that, like, instead of like remolding like a world that already exists, you know? I mean, look at the world, what it is now than what it used to be. Like, women used to not even be able to vote. Like the world is like, and there's times way before then that's like wild to think we lived in those times. And now it's like so far-fetched. Like, I don't know. I'm like, that's a rabbit hole, because I just thought of like 30 different thoughts of like, wow, like that's all because of change, you know? It's wild. It's wild. I probably did say knuckle sandwich. I'm like, I've said it before. I was like, did I say it in this chat though? Because I'm like, when I start blabbing sometimes, I'm just like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, kudos to the ones that listen. I'm like, oh my goodness. Believe it or not, like, my dad talks more than I do. Like, I'm literally such a blabber. All right, y'all. I'm going to eat some lunch. Overall, take the dogs out, take this trash up. That's not going to be no fun. And then I'm going to eat this lunch. And then I may return. May do a live chat later this evening, another chat. I don't know. But today has been nice chatting with some of my regulars. Genuinely, you guys lift my spirits in ways that you don't even know. So I really do appreciate you guys in your each and special ways, and not just because of your horoscope signs, but because of the souls that you guys have. And I feel like there's never any coincidences, and that we all meet for a reason. And that's something very special, not just for me, but for everyone, you know? So imagine every time that you meet like someone in these chats, online, in person, think of it as like we meet for a reason. Sometimes people stay for a second, and then sometimes people will stay even longer, and sometimes people are forever, you know? But to find value in the time that we do have with people, because we aren't promised tomorrow, we're only promised this moment. Yeah, you're not. I don't know what to believe in anymore. You've lost me. I'm like, Aquarius, not Aquarius. Confused. There needs to be, like, I think they try to remake, like, horoscope signs, like, several years ago, and I definitely didn't follow that, because I was like, no. We're not changing signs that have been written for decades and years and centuries. Like, not happening. Whatever one of the new signs were, that's what you were, because you don't even know what you are. You're going to tell me you're Aquarius, and I'm going to finally start to believe it. And then all of a sudden, you won't be anymore. You'll be literally Mars. Nice chatting with you guys. I'll talk again soon. Maybe I'll talk to you later. I have to literally get some stuff done, and I didn't do any of, like, the quirkles. I did, like, just a little. So maybe I'll come back and do that in a little bit. But good chat. Talk to you guys soon. Okay, bye.